We are back doing SmackDown. Obviously, we weren't around on Tuesday for our NXT stream, but we was here on Monday. We did do Raw. Apologies for just a little bit late. Just a couple of things that I needed to do before we got started with this stream. But let's go over, shall we, and have a look and see what the preview is. I've actually done a really good job this week of avoiding spoilers. I hope you've been able to do that as well. So, spoiler-wise, don't really know what's going on. I've heard a couple of things, nothing massive, nothing that's going to ruin any results of any matches. But I've heard a couple of things, but by and large, I really don't know what we're getting tonight. So let's jump over and have a look, shall we, and see what we've got on this preview. Okay, so we've got Sami Zayn. He's going to return to SmackDown. He is the new undisputed champion, of course, so we're going to find out what's next for Sami Zayn. That's going to be a big segment. Then we've got Charlotte, Tiffany, and Chelsea. They're going to come together to take on Jade, B-Fab, and Michin. So we got a 6-woman tag match. Then we got Rey Fenix defending the AAA Cruiserweight title again, this time against Vikingo. And then we've got Brie Bella taking on Lainey Reed. So Brie Bella against Lainey Reed. Not the most exciting of matches in the world, but actually it'll be quite interesting to see Lainey Reed in singles action. This is a big, big test for her. Obviously, she's part of Fatal Influence, so seeing her in singles competition is going to be quite interesting. We actually didn't get a chance to see too much of her in singles competition when she was in NXT. So actually seeing her in singles competition now on SmackDown is it's going to be interesting. I'm not normally a big fan of this, to be honest, like taking tag wrestlers and putting them into singles matches. I suppose it's a little bit different when you've got a faction like Fatal Influence, but, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Not the biggest preview in the world. Not loads there to kind of get our teeth into, but, you know, we'll see what they end up serving up for us. So there we go. That was the SmackDown preview. David said USA. Oh, yes, that's coming up, isn't it? That'll be 4th of July very soon. So many congrats to America. Happy birthday. David said, if it wasn't for our founding fathers, we'd be eating beans on toast twice a day. Well, David, I'm sorry that you're missing out on that, to be honest, but let's not focus on the negatives. I mean, the great thing about America is that you can still have beans on toast, so don't feel too bad about missing out on that. But, you know, I think what you've gone on to achieve anyway is very, very impressive. So happy birthday to America. It's not quite yet. It's about 45 minutes away. About 45 minutes here in the UK, and then it'll be the 4th of July. Benito said, Daze, I think WWE can still save a title situation by revealing footage of a false finish and then vacate the title from Sami, and we forget about the main event of Night of Champions and move on, says Benito. So, Benito, not a fan of what went down at Night of Champions? Connor said, have you heard the news and the discussions that are ongoing between the English FA and FIFA about the weather? England's kickoff time against Mexico could get moved. Yeah, it's the big story over here. I just read, actually, that the Mexican FA are also... Oh, no, I don't know if it's the Mexican FA or the Mexico manager is very upset. He's saying, like, how can you do this? How can you spring this on us last minute? To be honest... Our FA is saying the exact same thing as well, so doesn't seem like either side is happy if that game gets moved. But equally, there are reports of thunderstorms and all this kind of stuff, so I've also just read, and I don't know if this is true, because it came off social media, but apparently the England players have been told they can take Viagra if they want, because apparently that helps with altitude sickness. I mean, I genuinely, obviously, do not know the science behind that. So, I mean, someone said that had come from one of our newspapers. They absolutely could be making it up. But I read that and I was like, this is mental. What? This game is mental. Apparently, England's players might be allowed to take Viagra. Viagra is not banned. It's not a banned substance. So, absolutely, it's not classed as performance enhancing. I mean, it is, but not on the football field, right? Although maybe it makes you a bit more aerodynamic when you run. I don't know. But it's apparently is something that the English players can take if they want to try and battle the altitude sickness. So there's some pretty mental stuff being said at the moment, to be honest. Pretty crazy stuff. So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that game. I think it's going to be really tough. Really, really tough. I could see it going either way. In fact, I could see it going to penalties, and then it could be anyone's. I think, you know, without being unfair, I think England have the better players. If we were to line the two teams up and go, okay, out of this person or this person, who do you want? I think you'd select most English players over Mexican players, but they are a really good team. They work well as a team. It is at altitude, so there are issues with that. It's like 7,000 feet above sea level, 2,000 meters above sea level. Apparently, it does impact performance. There is altitude sickness and a loss of breath, and you know, you kind of find yourself getting a lot more tired quicker than you normally would. So, I mean, and they're at home. You know, it's going to be full of 80,000 absolutely crazy Mexican supporters. I mean, that's got to count for something. So, I don't know, man. I think flip a coin. I think it's going to be a cracking game. So, yeah, lots of concern here in the UK, but also a lot of excitement because it feels like a true spectacle. Feels like a proper World Cup match that's like, you know, England-Mexico in Mexico. And we've got, you know, a good chance. So very excited. Very excited. I hope everyone's enjoying the World Cup. David, shout out to you, buds. Is SmackDown early today, said Name is Josh. I don't think so. Do you know, I did check the other day to see when they were going to air it, because of course this is a taped show. I don't believe it's early, but it's a good thing for you that you said that. It makes me want to just double check. No, it's not actually listing. It's not actually showing a time. I don't believe it's early though. It says new episode coming Saturday for me, because of course, you know, as soon as we get past midnight, then we go into Saturday. So no word as to whether it's 12 or 1. I would imagine they'll just show it the same time as it airs on USA Network. That's what they normally do. So I'm not expecting it to be early. I'm thinking it's just going to be in time, in line with USA Network. Okay, Daze, Cody, Gunther, Sammy for the Undisputed Championship at Night of Champions got a 4.5-star rating. Very good. Would I agree with that? Yeah, I think it's the top end of what I would give it. I wouldn't have been anything between 4, but maybe 4.25. 4.5 would be the absolute ceiling. So I think he's been quite generous there, to be honest. Do we know when the next AAA show is? Because their shows are kicking ass, says Abram. I believe they've got a special in July. So I can't remember what it's called, though, because it only got announced a few weeks ago. But I believe there is a special that's going to be this month. Let's have a look and see if there's anything on Wikipedia. Verano de Escandalo. Yeah, it's the one we've all been waiting for. Verano de Escandalo. That is going down on July 25th, so end of this month. We have got Triple Mania. Obviously, that is the big one. That's going to be in September. It's a 2-night event. But yeah, Verano de Escandalo. That is coming up. No matches announced for that at this stage, but they're going to have to start building it because that is end of this month. So, the weekly show's still on, of course, but you can be excited because we are building to a special. Okay, Stuart said, do we think Fatal Influence is going to intervene in Lainey Reed and Bella match? Hope you enjoy SmackDown. I would imagine so, Stuart. I mean, Fatal Influence are a heel group. I mean, there's no way or really even reason for Lainey to go one-on-one with Brie and not get some sort of support. Got to think that the other members will be ringside. Got to think that Paige will be ringside as well. So, yes, I would expect there to be, some sort of outside interference, a distraction at the very least. But again, this has been taped, so there will be people out there that know whatever has happened has happened. Not that I think it really matters when it comes to this match, but still worth, just sort of, if you do know any spoilers, just worth saying, keep them out the chat. There's many of us, myself included, that haven't watched this, don't know whatever is going to go down here. David said, Google says 8. I checked yesterday. I've worked an extra shift today. And that made me think it was Friday, says David. Dave's Bloodline story is expected to go past WrestleMania 43, says Connor. Yes. Next Saturday is the massive Connor fight, said Mr. Dale Jr. against Max Holloway. Who do we think is going to win? Haven't even started looking at it, but my gut feeling would be Max Holloway. I don't think you can... I mean, I believe when they fought before, was it Max got the win? So with Connor being out of fighting for as long as what he hasn't fought in 5 years. Plus, I mean, it was the Poirier matches, wasn't it? He was getting ready for a Chandler match, but never had it. Plus, also, to be honest, those Poirier matches, he didn't feel like he was quite at Poirier's level even at that point. He was obviously beaten a couple of times, and since then he's had 5 years away. To come back and take on someone like Max Holloway, who is maybe starting to decline, but I don't know, is still kind of right up there. It's not like he's come back and just took on a no name. He's took on a big name and someone that's got some good victories recently as well. So, I don't know. I think it's really hard to pick Connor. He's going to have to wind the clock back, I think, and I'm just not sure that's possible. So, yeah, it would be Max Holloway for me. What round and all of that, I've not really looked into. I'd need to have a look at Max's recent fights and kind of get stuck into it, which haven't even started to do yet. So, but Max Holloway would be the gut feeling there. Mike said, I can't wait to see Sammy's 1,500 day runners champion. Go Sammy, go Canada, go Leafs, go, says Mike. Mike, shout out to you, buds. England, Mexico is going to remain at 6 p.m. local time despite discussions. Liam, shout out to you. So are they saying that it's not being moved? Is that the breaking news? They are just going to keep it where it is. It's a very confusing situation, isn't it? Daz said that it could be moved. Any surprises tonight, says name is Josh. I don't know. I don't know the spoilers. I mean, all I can tell you is I'm not expecting any surprises. I'm not expecting anything. I think that this will be a pretty standard episode as we now kind of start working our way towards SummerSlam. So actually, last weekend got a lot of pieces where they needed to be. Night of Champions, we got a king, we got a queen. We figured out that Sammy is the champ, of course. And so, we've got a few pieces in place. So we just need to kind of get a couple of other bits in, but I think we can sort of start to see where we're heading now. I mean, for example, Ober Brock, we know that we're getting that. Seth Roman, we know that we're getting that. Is it going to be Sammy Gunther, or is it going to be Gunther versus Aldis? I actually heard today that there was a conversation at one point for Gunther against Royce Keys, and that was the direction we were going to go. Whether that's happening, whether that's changed, Not sure. So there's still a couple of things that need to be worked out. But rumors of Trick against Carmelo. Obviously, Jade Charlotte feels like it's happening. So that one feels pretty much like it's locked in. We know about Liv and Io. Haven't heard any update on Rhea, but we have heard that apparently JC and Alexa Bliss were both being spoken about for SummerSlam. So there's, lots of chatter around at the moment, lots of conversation around what the plans were. Again, if things have changed, we don't know. But looking forward to seeing kind of what we do tonight and, those steps that we take as we head towards SummerSlam. Massive show, SummerSlam. Biggest show of the summer. It's like the WrestleMania of the summer, which, of course, many of you already know. But there'll be some watching that might be new to wrestling that this is an interesting time as we head towards that show. Netflix has reportedly blurred out the blood on Bron Breakker's face on the replay version of Night of Champions, says Connor. Right? That's a shame. I don't really like that sort of censorship because I just don't think it's necessary. I think we all kind of like, perhaps they've done it so they can keep a PG rating. Perhaps like you can't show that and also keep a PG rating, so I don't know, bit of a shame, to be honest. I like a bit of blood. Carr said, Daze, do we think the future AAA stars that will debut on the main roster, for people who don't watch AAA, should see Flammer? Do you think the future AAA stars that will debut on the main roster, people who don't watch AAA, such as Flammer? I think there's some over there that can find their way, yeah. But to be honest, it's they might want to keep some just around in AAA as well. There might be some that they feel like they're going to best connect with the crowd in Mexico, So, like Flammer, for example, she is a great talent. I don't know if she's going to go to Raw and SmackDown. It might be. It would depend on her age. It would depend on how marketable globally they think she can be. There will be some performers that they think are going to be better just staying in AAA, and they'll get more use of in AAA, which is what makes it a bit difficult to figure out who is going to go to Raw, who is going to go to SmackDown. Because you need a blend, don't you? You need a balance. I mean, we've already got quite a few luchadors on the main roster. You've got your Pentas, your Rey Fenixes, your Dragon Lees. You've got quite a few people already. Obviously, Rey Mysterio, of course. So how many realistically are they going to want to add to the main roster? Because there's only so many spots. There's only so many people you can have on the main roster. So that it makes it tricky, to be honest. I think someone like La Catalina is young, attractive, good worker. I could see her go into the main roster. I think she's got an interesting, bright future. I do look at Vikingo as being like a really top performer. Someone that was on my radar when I was watching him in AEW. He's someone that I think is absolutely fantastic worker. I think you can always find room for him. But are they going to move Wagner, Dr. Wagner Jr.? Are they going to move Octagon? Are they going to move Gargano? Are they going to move all these people over? No, I don't think so. I think that most will probably end up just staying in AAA and just kind of working with NXT. I think there'll be a lucky few that will find their way to the main roster just because of the fact that there's only so many spots. You can't just keep flooding Raw and SmackDown. I think if you're even remotely intrigued by AAA, then check it out. It's a great promotion. It's a little side thing. It runs for an hour. It's always a fun watch. And if you've not checked it out, check it out. There's some really, really good stuff going on down there. And, well worth watching. Pass Los Angeles, a YouTube channel that hides dollars and puts clues on the videos Currently 225,000 is hidden in LA. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you, buds. Connor said both the Oba J King of the Ring final and also Seth Bron Steel Cage both got a rating of 425. Connor will beat Holloway again. Connor will beat Holloway again. Yeah, I think so. I think Connor will win again. Joe says, sorry to say that is why. I'm looking forward to Portugal, Spain. That'll be good. World Cup's been really fun. Really fun. It was confirmed by my friend about the time, says Liam. Thank you, Liam. They also bleeped out holy shiz and changed it to a "this is awesome" chance. Ugh. I mean, I suppose they might have to do it for keeping the rating, the PG rating. So I'm not like down on it, but just as a grown adult, it is a bit like, come on, do we really have to? But I get it. Benito said, I've got an idea. How about we bring in hydration breaks for the stream? You could even show ads for the WEP and the William podcast whilst you hydrate. It's a win-win situation. Sounds good to me. 7 goals in the cup for Messi. Oh, Messi scored, does he? Calvin, shout out to you. Will we see CM Punk return on Raw in Chicago on Monday, says Connor. Well, I think that was a show that he wanted to appear on, but I think there's been a bit of backstage disagreement, hasn't there? All the chatter seems to be that they want him to go to SmackDown. And all the chatter seems to be that the original plan was going to be CM Punk, Cody Rhodes for the championship. Now, I don't know if we're still going to do that match, but again, all the reports have been that they want him to go to SmackDown, whereas seemingly he wants to stay on Raw. So I don't know where we are with that situation. If he gets his way, then, you know, he'll stay on Raw and he could absolutely be on that show. But a lot of chat, a lot of talk about him going to SmackDown, facing Cody. Whether we would still do that now that Cody isn't champion anymore, I'm not sure. But yeah, lots of chatter around that. There's a lot of noise around that. I don't know if I should say this, but my wife has got a medical issue. I've got to get a doctor's appointment tomorrow, said Jasmine. Jasmine, shout out to you, my friends. Jasmine Christian, shout out to you, buds. You can say that. Of course you can. I wish you and your wife all the very best. Get an appointment. Take it step at a time, whatever it is. And send in positive energy your way, buds. Steve said, Fightful reports marketing wasn't told about Sammy's win. No promo art for SummerSlam was updated to include him as champion. Do we think this impacts SummerSlam plans, how WWE will handle Sammy's reign? I think the plans have changed because there was word today that it was going to be Cody, CM Punk for the WWE Championship. So, I don't believe Sammy was in the mix for this. It can mean one of two things, can't it? Either Sammy is going to lose the belt at, say, Saturday night's main event and not go into SummerSlam as champion. I mean, we could do Sammy-Cody rematch. And again, you're going to have to forgive me if there's a spoiler that I just don't know about. I have not watched this show. So I don't know what to expect from the Sammy segment tonight. But, you know, they could announce Sammy-Cody Saturday night's main event. And then Cody could win the belt back. I don't know why we would do that, because what was the point in putting the belt on Sammy other than it just ticks a box for Sammy? So I don't know why we would do that. Or equally, you know, as most things happen around these shows, plans do change. We've seen plans change a lot of times. And so we could absolutely just see updated graphics coming out. So, yeah, very interesting if they didn't have any graphics ready. That would say the plan to put the belt on Sammy was a last-minute sort of plan. And then it's kind of changed what we was going to do. What that means for SummerSlam, we just don't know at this stage. The only thing that was reported today was Cody Punk, was the plan for SummerSlam. Could Cody not stay away from the championship for a while? He could, if we give him something to do. Why would they do that? To make things unpredictable. Not everything has to be a 1,000-day title reign, says Mayor Pete. Why would they do that? To make things unpredictable. Yeah, it just seems a bit unnecessary to me to put the belt on Sami and then take it off and go back to Cody again, when, you know, you could just keep Cody going till SummerSlam and then have, if you want to give Sami a moment with it, give him a moment that's maybe, I don't know, kind of fits a bit better. It didn't feel like this win for Sami was planned. It certainly caught us all by surprise because of the fact that Sami was not really kind of physically involved in the build. He was backstage arguing with Cody, but he wasn't like a competitor, you know, going up against Cody, or he wasn't on this mad win streak. He didn't have much in the way of momentum. He gets involved because of being just picked to be the ref by Gunther. I mean, if Gunther hadn't have selected Sami to have been the guest ref, then we wouldn't have ended up where we ended up. So that's, I mean, honestly, we went into that match not expecting it. And, you know, you can make the argument, well, that's why they did it, to make it a surprise. But as a Sami fan, it was, you know, a great moment, but there are, I can't help but feel that it wasn't a moment that was kind of built as well as some we'd seen in the past. For example, when he was in the Bloodline and it was like really good with, you know, the crowd getting behind him and Montreal. I mean, that would have been really cool if we'd have found a way back to that. You know, right now, Sami's getting booed in most of America. The booking for him recently has been very poor. He's been kind of moany, and people like Cody's been saying that to him. Like, now is such a weird time to put the belt onto Sami. Like, it makes sense to do it if he's a transitional champion. It makes sense if you want to do it now so that he drops it to someone else other than Cody. But if we were to put the belt back to Cody now, I would find myself being a bit like, I really don't get that. I don't understand that. Like, what was the point? The only benefit I can see is that we just gave Sami a run with it. But as a Sami fan, there are about 1 billion other ways I would much rather he got his first world title than how they did it. I don't want to be moany about it because they did it. Do you know what I mean? And he will forever be a WWE champion. But when I think back to his career and I think back to some of the great moments where, you know, the fans were with him and it really felt like a big deal, this one, I don't know, just sort of felt like he won a triple threat and the title just happened to be on the line in it. I don't know that in many people's eyes he feels like a worthy champion. So, I don't know, whatever. We'll see what they do. But I'll be surprised if we just drop it back to Cody. Daze, did we see that Triple H looked less than happy when he got to congratulate Sami back in Gorilla? There's some video going around. I've not seen that. I think I saw a picture where he looked okay. I don't think it was botched or anything. No spoilers. Where was the show pre-recorded? This was, you might remember that Raw was a bit early this week. They recorded this straight after. If Ober Brock, could Roman send Jacob to SmackDown to get the title from Sami? Yeah. Jay and Jacob are beefing. Yeah, he could send Jacob. And I think that would be a great match and it would fit in with the story. A lot of people don't want to see Jay as champion online. Jay got a backlash, didn't he? So I think a lot of people would be okay with if it was Jacob that was being sent. So, I mean, I'll tell you one thing that's quite interesting is I'm a Sami fan, and even I look at Sami and think, oh, he's there for the taking. There's a lot of people that I think can beat Sami. You know, Sami is a good battling, fighting champion. I'm sure now he's got the belt, he'll go above and beyond to keep a hold of it. But this isn't like trying to get past Brock Lesnar, you know? This isn't like trying to get past Roman Reigns. Sami is someone that consistently for 10 years has failed and fallen short. He's won a triple threat match, which has got him the belt. But yeah, I mean, if I'm Jacob, I'm absolutely licking my lips because this is a massive opportunity. I mean, Jacob's just had to go to war with Roman to try and get the championship. And I've got to believe that all the stuff that he was saying about trying to provide better for his family is still ringing true now, you know? So I've got to believe that Jacob would, you know, jump at the chance. So definitely a direction we could go. It could be Jacob. It could be Gunther. Could be the Cody rematch if CM Punk is seemingly found a way of, you know, getting out of going to SmackDown, which if reports are to be believed, I don't think he was really looking to do that. Big Time said, I saw a pitch for a potential SummerSlam match with LA Knight, Solo, and Royce taking on the Usos and Jacob. How would we feel about that as a possibility? Fine. That's something they've been teasing and building, so that would be fine. LA Knight, Solo, Royce, they're kind of all around each other's orbit. You know, Solo has lost the MFTs, Tama. He's been trying to convince Royce to join him. He's been sort of having words with LA Knight. I don't think that's a leap at all. That feels like a very possible option on the table here. I think Roman goes, Jay, you had your shot and you lost. Then sends Jacob to SmackDown to try and get that title from Sammy, says David. Rapture said, Daze, if The Rock was to confirm to WWE right now that he will do Mania, do we think they would push Ober's title shot further back or do it before Mania? I think they'd push it back. And I think they'd be right to push it back. Because I think if you're going to do Rock Roman, then I think that whatever you're booking right now has to be with that match in mind. So, for example, Roman against Seth. I think you might have to go Roman. I mean, you want Roman going into that match at WrestleMania the strongest he's ever been. You want the full bloodline. You want him as champion. You want him to have had a long reign. You want him to have had some good wins. You want the best version of Roman Reigns. Not a Roman that's... I mean, he can lose the belt if The Rock has cost him or something, you know? If there's been a distraction and, you know, Roman loses the belt, that he'd be okay losing in that regard. But, like, you don't want him, like, facing Ober and, you know, losing clean to Seth and all this stuff. You want to build Roman, right? I always think back to WrestleMania 31 because they did Sting against Triple H. And Triple H won that match. And it bugged me because Sting, I always wanted him to come into WWE. And he makes his first and only WrestleMania appearance. And it's against Triple H, not down on that. I'd love to have seen the Undertaker match, but I'm not down on him and Triple H, right? And they have this match and they put all these nonsense shenanigans in NWO DX, all this nonsense, which wasn't needed. And Triple H wins. And I remember being really annoyed at that. I was annoyed as well when Undertaker beat Bray. In fact, I do think that there's a fair few results at WrestleMania 31 that go the wrong way. I think it's a good WrestleMania, but some of the winners are wrong. Those two in particular I would point to as being frustrating. I think Cena beats Rusev as well, and Rusev was quite hot at the time. I mean, the guy arrived to the match in a tank. So, you know, that was another one that I found a bit irritating. So there was a few results there that I found irritating. But anyway, yeah, Sting lost. And I remember, like, being annoyed about it. And I heard later from Triple H in an interview, the reason why they did that was because they were going to do Triple H Rock at WrestleMania 32. That was the plan, but the Rock schedule didn't allow it. You might remember The Rock was at WrestleMania 32, but he just did a moment, came out with that flamethrower, set his name on fire, went to the ring, had a little bit of a back and forth with Bray, ended up having like a 7-second nothing match with Rowan. So The Rock was there, but he was meant to be having a match with Triple H. And Triple H said that was the whole reason as to why he beat Sting, was because they wanted Triple H to be seen as strong, as, you know, they built towards this big match at 32. And then that match at 32 didn't happen. So this is a consideration that WWE will make, right? The idea that they're booking Roman strong now as we head towards WrestleMania might seem a bit weird to some people because WrestleMania is so far away. But obviously you want momentum and you want Roman to look good and strong. And so that will be taken into consideration. So if they're going to do the Rock match at WrestleMania, it doesn't really make much sense to have Roman over before, because if Oba wins, it's going to damage the momentum. It's going to damage, Roman as he heads into that WrestleMania match, right? Take a little bit of the aura away. He's beatable, right? But equally, I don't know how many people are going to want Roman beating Oba. I'm not sure how many people would want that. So I think it would be better if we did it at SummerSlam. So Roman Oba at SummerSlam next year, if that is the situation. Some people will be down on that. Of course, you could always have Oba still go after a title. He can just go after the other title at WrestleMania. Doesn't mean he can't be in a title match. He can still go for a championship, but the Roman match is the big one, isn't it? And the reason for that is because Roman is, this big star. And actually, if you think about it, if we did Rock Roman, I'm in no doubt whatsoever Roman wins. So imagine Roman beating The Rock at WrestleMania, and then the next big show, the SummerSlam show, he's facing Oba, where Oba wins. Oba beats Roman. That's not bad. But before that, of course, he can win a world title. He can win the other world title. He can be involved in other feuds. I mean, there's, Oba's still a young man. I mean, he's still in his 20s, I believe. So Oba's still got many, many, many more years to go. So I think we're okay with just kicking that Roman match a little down the road. SummerSlam, though, I wouldn't want to leave it too late. SummerSlam next year, I think, if we have to. But, I don't know. I mean, there's every chance it's WrestleMania. Every chance it's WrestleMania. Days, I play softball. They do walk-up songs before you hit. I pick Randy's Voices for mine. Kai Play, shout out to you, bud. That's cool. When you go out to sort of bat, they play a song. That's cool. Good choice. Big Time said, for the first time, Meltzer disclosed mentioning AEW pay-per-view buys on the newsletter. It's normally a regular right after the pay-per-view. So Great American Bash may have had some knock-on effect for it not to be reported. Don't know. I'll be watching SmackDown from my phone, said CG Ender. Power just went out from the heat wave. Thank goodness for power banks. Shout out to you, buds. I'm sorry to hear that you're suffering a little bit. We, I think, are due another heat wave over here. We've had a couple this year. I think I heard there was another one that was on the way. Rich said, kind of off topic, okay, but who do we have winning out of McGregor Holloway? Holloway, yeah, by a distance as well. Again, we were watching McGregor compete years ago against Poirier. We did both of those fights, and they were close, they were scrappy, but Poirier obviously ended up winning them both. And so since then, they say inactivity is a killer. Well, I mean, Conor's not done anything for like 5 years or so. And of course, all that time, not only is he being inactive, but I mean, he's getting older. Your reflexes don't get quicker, they get slower, of course. Your speed gets slower. Power is one of the last things to go, but I just don't see it. I don't see how he's meant to beat Holloway with all this time away and inactivity. It feels to me a bit like a retirement match. it feels to me like he wants a big name to, you know, test himself, some big and sexy, some big fight that he can go out there and basically die on his sword. Because he doesn't need the money. He doesn't need the money. He certainly doesn't need the aggro of fight camps. Because, I mean, I think that's a large reason as to why we've not seen him since. I mean, he's made so much money that, I mean, he's kind of quit the fighting game, to be honest. So I think the one thing you can't replace, though, is that feeling of walking out and, you know, being the man and all eyes on you and in an arena with, you know, all the world watching. I mean, he can't quite replace that. So I can understand why he would want that feeling again. And it ain't going to be as exciting if you're walking out and just facing some bum. So you're going to want a good name. I mean, like, he was meant to be fighting Chandler, and I think that would have been a better fight for him because Chandler seems washed. Chandler seems done. So if he'd have been fighting Michael Chandler, he might have had a bit more of a chance. I'm still not sure I would have gone with him, but I think he would have at least had a bit more of a chance because Chandler looks like his prime is long behind him. But I don't really feel that way for Holloway. If Holloway is declining, we haven't seen loads of evidence of it. So I think it's Holloway all day, every day. But I don't know what rounds or, you know, can McGregor just keep it going? I can't see McGregor going 5 rounds, to be honest. I think he's going to end up being put away. I think he'll be finished. And then I won't be shocked if, you know, he retires, goes out on his sword, goes out battling, giving everything, falling short. There's nothing left to prove. There's no other run that's going to be happening now. So what is there left to fight for? You can say as a fighter, he'll just fight for the sake of fighting, but he ain't been fighting. So, do you know what I mean? Where's he been? So, yeah, it's Holloway all day, every day. I just made the appointment. Thanks for looking out for me today. Seth Rollins and the WWE Championship. It's mine. Jasmine, Christian, glad to hear it, bud. Shout out to you. Edward said Argentina winning 1-0 at halftime. Big Time says, yesterday marked the halfway point of 2026, meaning now we're closer to 2027, vastly approaching 10 years since those 2019 Raws, which sounds bananas. Connor said both Kevin and Becky were happy to see and congratulate Sammy on becoming the new undisputed WWE champion. Did you see that video? I did, yes. It was nice, just a little backstage thing. They were both wearing his shirt and everything, and I think Becky put a bow on Kevin, didn't she? And there's like a little surprise, a little present. I've got you a present. So yeah, it was nice. I don't know when it happened. I'm guessing Raw is my guess. I don't think Kevin was over in Saudi after he'd won it. So I think it was at Raw. I think it was at the taping just gone. But yeah, nice, lovely. Daze, as someone that is used to the heat, as I live in California, how bad is the heat in the UK, said Rapturous? It's fine at the moment. We've just had a couple of periods of like heat waves where it's been getting to like 39. And, you know, I mean, that's like, I always compare everything to Florida because Florida was the hottest place I'd been. And that was about 80 when I went, 82, something like that. So, I mean, these are temperatures that are, do you know what I mean, even exceeding that. So, hot. The other thing you've got to remember, though, and I think this is the big factor, this is the one that most people don't take into account, but our homes are built to sort of get through winters. So, no word of a lie, I would be outside and then I would go inside and it would be even hotter indoors. So as hot as it was outside, you would come in and it would be even hotter. There was no escape. Most of our homes don't have air conditioning because we've never needed it, right? We've always had decent summers, pleasant summers, but not summers that require air conditioning, right? And in the winter we get snow. UK actually now is a country that I think is quite good for weather, because in the winter it's cold and the snow. In the summer it's blazing hot, like rivaling Florida. Like, we are now a country where we are just seeing a lot of extremes. And there's obviously a lot of challenges that come with that. But with the heat, our homes are like double glazed, insulated, really, like, they keep us warm in the winter. You know, if you think of the UK, it's normally rainy and it's normally grey and it's normally, you know, depressing weather. And our homes are sort of built for that. So, yeah, I think I hear people saying it's a weird heat and a different kind of heat. I don't know about any of that. I think heat is largely heat. I know you can change humidity or whatever, but I'm not sure about any of that stuff. But for me, I think the thing is you can't escape it. You know, if you go inside your home, most homes don't have air conditioning. Most homes are built to weather a winter. And actually, our home was hotter indoors than it was outdoors. So you just don't have, I mean, you're just getting fans and you're just eating ice lolls and you're just trying to do whatever you can to cool down. I mean, I'm fortunate in that, you know, this house has got a basement, so I can come down here and it's lovely and cool down here. The heat does not penetrate down here. So, I mean, this is actually an escape. If you are in the UK and you want to escape, get a basement, because it's the best thing, because the heat doesn't come down here. So, I mean, it's just lovely. I even slept down here a couple of times because it was just so much more comfortable. I mean, honestly, you'd lie in beds and you'd just be like not unable to sleep. It was just stifling. So I think that's the big problem we've got over here. And I think, you know, this is a problem the world's going to face, because the world is clearly changing. The climate is clearly changing. I've seen loads of graphs doing the rounds talking about, you know, how the temperature has changed over the decades. It's clearly getting hotter. Whatever the reason, I know not everyone believes in climate change, but whatever, it's getting hotter. And it's something we're going to have to deal with, isn't it? You know, a lot of people going out trying to buy air conditioning units and get air conditioning installed. And I mean, if you buy shares in some air conditioning companies in the UK, I'd imagine you'd make a fortune, because it's certainly what everyone's been talking about this summer. So, yeah, it's hot. It's just, you know, there's not been any escape from it. So, but I would imagine if you're from California, you know, you'd come over and you'd be like, you know, this is fine. I don't really subscribe to it's a different kind of heat. People don't understand all that kind of stuff. I just think, you know, I've been in Florida when it's been hot, really hot, kind of like stifling hot. So I think it's just similar to that. But in Florida, you can go in a shop and go, oh, God, this is nice. Or get into the house and go, oh, my God. Or into, you know, most cars have got aircon, so that's okay. But, yeah, a lot of our infrastructure is just not built for it. Jasmine Chris said, I bought a WWE Championship and some medicine for my wife. I'm going to be watching you. My wife appreciates the comments. I've subscribed to the channel. Well, thank you, buds. I appreciate it. And, yeah, as I said, wish you all the very best, buds. Hope that appointment goes well tomorrow. Good vibes being sent your way. Connor said, Daze, what match are we most looking forward to at SummerSlam? Brock over Hell in a Cell or Roman Seth? If I could only watch one match, it would be Roman Seth, actually, which might surprise some people. Kind of surprises me a little. But I think the reason is because I'm pretty sure Ober's winning that Hell in a Cell against Brock. I'm pretty sure that it's going to be brutal with weapons, bit of bloods. It's, I'm guessing, going to be Brock's last match. I'm pretty sure I know how it plays. I certainly know the winner. I mean, I think we all know Ober's winning, right? So I think, yes, I want to watch it. Yes, I'm excited for it. But if I compare that to Roman Seth, I just don't know what they're going to do there. I mean, Seth has always been that thorn in the side of Roman. I personally would love for Seth to win, but I also understand it might not fit into the bigger picture. So they might go Roman. I mean, so chances are it's going to be Roman wins thanks to bloodline interference. But is that what they're going to do? I don't think that's as definite as Oba winning. I think Oba winning is pretty much 99%. But I think Roman winning thanks to bloodline help is maybe 70%, 65%, something like that. I don't feel as confident that that's definitely what's going to happen. So I'm a bit more intrigued to see what they're going to do. Plus, there's just something special about Seth and Roman, the two big stars in this generation going up against each other. I feel a bit like if I was to compare this to like the mid-80s, I would say they've booked Hogan versus Macho Man, and they've booked Andre versus Big John Studd. So Andre, Big John Studd, two big giants going up against each other, and very excited to see, or maybe Andre versus King Kong Bundy, right? Two big giants going up against each other inside a cage. I mean, imagine Andre the Giant inside a Hell in a Cell. How awesome that would have been. And maybe it being like Andre's retirement or something. I mean, it kind of has got, two monsters going up against each other. And then on the other side, it's Hogan, Macho Man, two of the stars that you would say probably most symbolize that era. And I feel like that's how I feel about this. The two stars that probably most symbolize this era is Roman and Seth. So them, and they honestly have not faced each other that many times at pay-per-view. I actually didn't know the exact number, but I think Seth put a tweet out earlier and he said this will only be their third singles match at pay-per-view. Just their third over the years. So it's kind of like, that's crazy. That is crazy that they're only having, this will only be their third singles match. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to Roman Seth. It's the match that I wanted them to make. Oba Brock, I'm really excited for as well. And that will be many people's number one. I think for me, it's number two. And I think Roman Seth's number one. But I like them both. I'm not down on either. But it's just if I got to pick, I'm going to go that way. Robbie said, what do we think about all the super secretness going on around the WWE title with creative being left in the dark? I don't really think too much about it, to be honest. I think that there's a chance it was a last-minute change. And I think that there is an effort being made to make sure that stuff doesn't leak out. And I think if you want stuff to not leak out, there's only going to be a couple of people that can know some of this stuff. So Triple H, maybe Bruce Pritchard's, the wrestlers themselves, that's it. And I really agree with that, because actually a lot of decisions historically, when it Brock ending the streak and stuff like that, they were not known by a lot of people. There was a lot of things that happened that were on a very, very small need-to-know basis. I mean, when Brock came back at SummerSlam, there was a lot of people that didn't know that was happening. Same with CM Punk. So the creative team not knowing about something is not strange to me. I think WWE are making an effort to make sure that a lot of this stuff doesn't leak out, because there's been a lot of leaks. I don't know if they are aware as to where they're coming from. Maybe they know, or maybe they've got their suspicions, but perhaps they don't know 100%. And perhaps they feel like the creative team just are part of the people that they can't run the risk of, keeping in the loop. Because if they just tell one person, just their partner or whatever, the leak could be coming from there, couldn't it? If they go back and go, yeah, what you've been working on, well, looks like Sammy's going to get, it could be the son or daughter or partner or a family member of one of the creative team people who hasn't gone to Sean Ross Sapp or hasn't gone to Dave Meltzer, but they've just spoke to a loved one, and that loved one can't help but tell a friend, or however it works. So I'm not too shocked, or I don't think there's a controversy, or I don't think there's anything suspicious, or I don't really read much into it, to be honest with you. I just think it's WWE trying to do what they can to make sure some of this stuff doesn't leak out. And I think we can all agree it was a real shocking moment. I don't think too many of us saw it coming. And, you know, I mean, they do need those kinds of moments. They do need to find a way of making sure this stuff doesn't leak out and get out there. So big thumbs up from me. Whatever they're doing, keep doing it. Because I think it's great that, you know, that didn't get to the dirt sheets. So, yeah, I think it was a last-minute change. You know, word on the street is there was graphics made for other things, plans for other things. I could believe it was a last-minute change. And I could believe that it was on a need-to-know basis to keep it a surprise. And if that meant that the creative team didn't find out about it, then so be it. That's, yeah, fine. Stuart said, I think the match between Roman and Seth, I think Dean is going to show up to help Seth. He was the third part of the Shield. I don't think he can, to be honest, but I think he's under an AEW contract. WWE and AEW don't like each other. They don't work together. There's no relationship there. They're rivals. It's like WWF and WCW. So it's one of those things that I think fans would love to see, because obviously, as you said, there's a history there. And it would be easy to sort of dig into, you know, the backstory, the Shield, and there was 3 in the Shield. There's only 1 person missing. So, you know, it all makes a lot of sense, but contractually, it's just not going to work. So I would not pin your hopes on that. Brandy Man said, did we see the video? Cali and a wrestler called Beast Modes. Guy is a cross between Kane and Nash. He's like 7'6". No, I haven't. Was he in India, was he? You say Cali was with him. The great Kali was with a wrestler called Beast Mode. It's a weird name. I'm guessing, I don't think does Great Kali tend to leave India much? I'm guessing, is this guy Indian? To be honest, I mean, 7'6", WWE would be interested, but you got to have a lot more about you than just height. Because obviously, we look at Omos. Omos is an absolute giant. And, you know, they had high hopes for him. Had him at WrestleMania. They had him be the partner of AJ Styles. But, you know, just didn't work out. He just wasn't getting it. He just couldn't. He couldn't present himself as this monster that they needed. And so he's doing some stuff in AAA now. I mean, he's still in the system, but you know, I don't think that's quite where they envisaged he would be at this stage. And if you think about Great Khali himself, you know, he was quite limited. I mean, he did get to a world title, of course, but I don't know. I don't know how people remember Great Khali, if they remember him as a great wrestler. I would be surprised. And Giant Gonzalez. I mean, there's quite a few big guys that have sort of struggled over the years. So height absolutely gets WWE's interest, but you are going to need to have more than that. You are going to need to be able to actually connect with an audience and entertain and be able to wrestle. And cutting a promo is not a problem. If you can't cut a promo, that's okay. We can put Heyman with you. So, I mean, that's fine. But Heyman can't wrestle the matches for you. So, you know, you are going to have to do that. So, interesting. You'll have to see, you know, what he's capable of. But, yeah, I'll be... I think I'll be surprised if he gets anywhere, because a lot of those big guys just seem to really struggle. I think it's just really hard for them. I think it's just difficult, like, you know, to actually be that size and be agile enough and be able to perform and whatever. I think it's just hard. So, interesting. Someone to keep an eye out for. Glad that we have got a president that doesn't allow an invasion like the last one, says Saluta. Robbie said TJF Fatu would have done the same. It's ref discretion. When was the last time using a turnbuckle resulted in a DQ for anyone? What do we think Sammy might drop the title to? Well, I think he'll do well if he gets past SummerSlam, honestly. I mean, it does feel to me like a transitional champion. And I've kind of said before, that's fine. I don't mind that personally. I don't sit here and cry about the fact Sammy might not be a long-time champion, you know? I don't sit here and cry about that. I am pleased that, you know, he got to the title. I do think there are other ways we could have done it. But whatever, they've done it. I'll be surprised if he keeps it for a long time. I'm just not expecting that. I'm thinking that he probably drops it at SummerSlam to whoever. I mean, maybe it should be Gunther. I mean, Gunther retired John Cena. He retired AJ Styles. It looked like he was going to beat Cody. Perhaps, you know, they're going to actually put the belt on Gunther, and this is how we're going to do it. I mean, we've seen Sammy Gunther before, and it was great for the IC title. I mean, it was a really, really great match. They could absolutely run it back. Sammy Gunther would be a great match. It'd be a banger. And I don't think Sammy losing to Gunther is a problem whatsoever. Gunther finally getting his hands on that championship makes a lot of sense. We could absolutely do that. So, yeah, it's hard to say as to where they're going to go, because you could do the Cody rematch. You could do Jacob. You could do Gunther. I mean, you could even do a Finn Balor. I mean, there's so many options, because Sammy is, you know, no offense, a beatable champion. You know, I do not think getting that belt off Sammy is the same size mountain as it would be trying to get that belt off Brock, or trying to get that belt off Roman, or Cody. Sammy, to me, feels like he's a much more... all the superstars should be licking their lips. They should be lining up to try and get a shot at Sammy at SummerSlam. So, you know, I'm sure Jay would want it. I'm sure Jacob would want it. I think everyone's going to want it. So, we don't know as to which way it's going to go. The only thing we know is that the King of the Ring winner, Oba, is not going to be having a title match at SummerSlam, and maybe not a title match at all, thanks to winning King of the Ring. Still a little bit confused about that. I don't know if he's completely sacrificed it. It feels like he has. But yeah, it looks like Sammy's going to have to find, or an opponent is going to find him. That's if he even keeps it before. I mean, there's every chance he defends at Saturday night's main event, because we do have Saturday night's main event coming up as well. Hogan Curtis said, all Seth did was recite old angles. WWE allowed Seth to go back 15 years. The guy has no personality. After that ACL injury, he's not the same in the ring. Roman is better, says Hogan Cutter. Connor said, do we think that Paul has definitely left the Vision or not after he walked away from Theory? I think he is still with Braun. And I think that if Braun is still going to stay with the Vision, and you would imagine that they will for a bit, because why would Braun walk away from the tag belts? So I think it's a very interesting situation. I don't think it's over in the sense of that's it. I think that this is the beginning of the end of it. I could see it being a case where Heyman's just not really interested in Theory. Theory's going to go to the ring and have matches, but he'll be going on his own. I think Heyman's going to be sticking with Braun, and I think that it'll be interesting to see if Braun, when he comes back after, you know, he was a bit banged up after the Seth match, after the cage match, I'm guessing he's still going to be around the tag belts. I don't really get why you would just walk away from the tag belts. I understand that you might do that if you want to set your sights on, say, Sammy. I mean, we could do Braun Sammy, and that's a great way of getting a belt on Braun. So, I mean, we could do Braun Sammy, but maybe you would leave the tag titles for that. So, I feel like there are definitely more segments that are going to be needed if the Vision is done. I feel like what we saw on Monday is the beginning of the end, the start of it all kind of breaking apart, yes. We need to save big stuff for the 40th annual SummerSlam, said Destin Cutler. Shining Wizard said, Seth is an interesting case. He gets, on average, 1 injury a year, but he's still pushed as a top guy. TJF said, Hogan Cutter, you're crazy. Roman can't wrestle or out-promo Seth. Only thing Seth needs to do is stay out of Becky's wardrobe. TJF said, Daze, hope you and the family are goods. Roman sucks, but he will win as WWE's golden boy, but should be Seth that's winning. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, would you have booked where Sammy got a title at 43 instead of right now? It's a good question, that is, because my feelings about Sammy winning are so confused and mixed up. I'm really pleased for him, and that's the headline. Definitely, I'm pleased for him, and I'm glad that his Wikipedia will say that. And this was always about just him getting there, you know? As I said, it's like climbing Mount Everest. You know, he's been trying and slipping and falling, and, you know, and he's still been trying, and I've been watching him for many, many years trying to reach the top, and I hoped he would get there one day. So to see him get there, yeah, that's the headline, right? Anything we say after this is just in smaller text, right? But yeah, I can't help but just feel like there are better ways we could have done it, you know? I like the surprise element, but right now, I mean, he's going to walk out tonight, and I don't know what reaction he's going to get because he's been getting booed hard. I mean, the booking of him this year has been really poor. Really, really poor. The booking of him this year where he beats Carmelo to win a US title he just didn't need, just so he could drop it to Trick. I mean, really, he was a transitional champion for the United States title. He won the belt from Melo, and then not long after drops it to Trick at WrestleMania. And then, of course, we're doing the whole gingerbread man stuff, which, I mean, I don't know how people felt about it, but it's got to be amongst conversations for worst segments of the year. Even if you love it, I think you've got to agree, or at least understand, that many people did not, right? And so when we're going to talk about worst segments of the year, those have got to be in the running. They've got to be in the running. So I sort of look at all that and I'm like, man, he's getting booed out the building. People, you know, were loving the Carmelo Open challenges. He took those away. People love Carmelo. Sammy's win meant Carmelo was not at Mania. Then he's in a feud with Trick, who's so charismatic. People are loving Trick. They're loving the entrance. You know, Trick's the new shiny toy on the scene that people are really into. Sammy is just the guy that can't get it done. He's the guy that keeps talking about getting it done, but doesn't get it done. And, you know, people have loved Sammy and they've supported Sammy, and it's not got anywhere. So now the crowd are like, you know, just done. They like the new thing. They like the shiny new thing. And, yeah, now he's getting booed out the building and everything. And then he's being, like, a bit whiny. I can recognize that he's being a bit whiny. I think what he's saying is largely true. You know, I don't disagree with, you know, what he's been saying, but, you know, I think he's been a bit whiny in people's eyes. You know, not helping Cody that one time was you know, but to be honest, he could have helped Cody and people would have still booed him. I mean, that is not why they are booing him. He could have helped Cody and people, because he did. Wasn't it like a week or two later, he did help Cody. Cody was in that position again, only this time he helped. And it didn't change the reactions he was getting. The only reason he got love in Saudi is because of his heritage, because of, you know, who he is. And having that background, that ethnicity. So, you know, Saudi Arabia was always going to be good to Sammy. And I think WWE knew that. Would I have done it next year in Saudi? I don't think that's the important thing. Because Saudi Arabia would always respond well to Sammy, unless he was, you know, being a heel to them. So I don't think it's so much about it should have been WrestleMania or anything like that. It's more about, I wish he was like in that position he was a couple of years ago, where everyone was behind him, and he went to Montreal to face Roman for the title. I wish we'd found a way of getting to that. I wish that he had the crowd support And, you know, he had the momentum. And, you know, I suppose in a way, I wish he was in a bit of like Chad Gable's position right now, you know, where Chad is and people really love Chad. And he's getting great reactions. And he's just had mask versus mask. And, you know, there's some momentum there. I wish Sammy was sort of in that spot, but he's not. So, you know, he was kind of getting negative reactions. It was all a bit cold. You know, he's arguing with the fans just like a week or two before winning the belt. I mean, there's footage of him like having a go at fans because they're having a go at him. He's like pushing the camera away backstage. I think this was just after the triple threat, the championship match where he was the ref. He gets out of the ring. A fan's having a go at him. He's having a go back. Storms away, pushes the camera. It's all a work, of course, but you know, like he's not a man of the people. I think I would have. I think I would have loved the cash in. I don't think it's WrestleMania I would want. I think it's actually Money in the Bank. Could you imagine Sammy? There's a heel that's just won and everyone's down about it, right? I don't know what heel everyone hates, but whoever. There's a heel for, let's say, Logan for some reason has just won the championship, right? Everyone's booing. Logan's just won the World Heavyweight Championship. Everyone is livid. Everyone's booing. And then Sammy's music hits. He comes running down with Money in the Bank. Place going crazy. Sammy takes the belt and gets it from Logan. So, yeah, Logan did win it and managed to hold it for all of a couple of minutes. Sammy took it off him as the place goes crazy. You know, I fantasy book stuff like that in my head. I'm like, oh, I would have loved that. We could still do it. I mean, you can still do it. I do think this first one was quite special, though. This first one that he'd not done before, but, you know, it's not a big deal. It's I don't really worry about it or focus about it. I'm just, you know, again, the headline is I'm really pleased he did it. But, yeah, it's just a shame that he's not really a man of the people at the moment. And I'm not sure what reaction he gets tonight. It might not be largely positive. We are saving Roman Ober for SummerSlam for WrestleMania next year, says Connor. Cape Verde have equalised. Have they? 1-1. Oh my God. I did not expect them to score. Cape Verde stun. Defending Oh my God, we got a situation. We have got a situation. What's the flip? Argentina won. Cape Verde won. 61st minute. They scored in the 59th. Goal. Now then, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Oh, here we go. England-Mexico kickoff unchanged after FIFA U-turn. England's World Cup last 16 tie against Mexico will kick off at 1 a.m. on Monday after a FIFA U-turn on plans to bring it forwards. FIFA held the talks with English and Mexican football associations on Friday. Weather forecasts say there could be thunderstorms. I hope there is. Oh, do I? I don't know, actually. I don't think I've got a stream on at that time. So I suppose it's not going to matter. It ain't going to matter for me at all. I mean, I'm always up at that time. So, yeah, there could be thunderstorms or whatever, but, yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This really is... I'll tell you what. If they somehow knock out Argentina, this would be... I don't think it's even close. I can't even think what the alternative is. I mean, I remember Saudi Arabia beating Argentina. Was it last tournament? They won 2-1 in the opening game. You know, we've had shocks like that, and we've had teams that have been able to knock out bigger teams. You know, Switzerland have got some good wins under their belt. Croatia have got some good wins. Cape Verde, in their, I think, first ever World Cup, if they knocked out the world champions... I don't think there's any doubt this would be the biggest upset in World Cup history, like ever. Ever. It would be... I mean, Argentina, I think, right now are third favourites to win the World Cup. So if Cape Verde knock out Argentina, this would be monumental. Still a long way to go, of course, 28 minutes. But, oh my gods, that looks like a real situation. They're going to have to defend for their lives. They're going to have to deal with Messi. They potentially are looking at not only extra time, but penalties. And even if you get to penalties, who would you rather have on your team? Messi and friends, or whoever the flip Cape Verde are, you know? I couldn't even name a player apart from these that are in front of me. So, still a long, long way to go. Wow, wow, wow. The Cape Verde fans are in tears. They cannot believe it. Duarte, right in front of the Cape Verde supporters, has just put his country back in the mix against the reigning champions. Argentina supporters are in shock. They are speechless. Wow. Wow. Amazing. Isn't sport amazing? It's not even football. Because, I mean, these kind of things I'm sure happen in the NFL as well. I'm sure these kinds of shock things happen in the NFL, but Argentina, world champions, currently drawing to Cape Verde, who are in their first ever World Cup. Wow, amazing. Messi can miss pens, says Katie. That's true. He missed one earlier in the tournament, didn't he? Earlier in the tournament. Rapture said Germany, Brazil, 2014. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was a big upset. It was in Brazil. Brazil would have been slight favourites. The fact that it was 7-1 is, crazy. But Germany advancing is not that crazy. But Cape Verde getting past Argentina, dumping them out. It's got to be biggest upset. Got to be. I mean, where's Cape Verde in the rankings right now? Let's have a look. FIFA World Rankings. I know we're getting a bit distracted, but I think this allows it. I mean, to be honest, they're not even winning. At the moment, they're drawing. But we're daring to dream. Yeah. So these are the FIFA World Rankings. Argentina are currently ranked number 2 in the world. So where is Cape Verde? I mean, they've got to be quite high because they're in the World Cup, aren't they? So they will have... There we go. They're 59th. 59th in the worlds. I would love to know, though, where they were when the tournament started, because they're only 59th because of, the fact they've climbed up. I mean, they've climbed up 8 places recently. So I wonder where they were when it started. But currently, the 59th ranked team in the worlds is drawing with not only number 2, but also the current champions. What ranking was Cape Verde when they qualified for the World Cup? I wonder if that information is anywhere. Cape Verde. Don't know if I'm going to find that. I need to go to ChatGPT. What FIFA ranking were Cape Verde at the start of 2026? That would be the best way of doing it, wouldn't it? What was their FIFA ranking earlier this year? On April 1st, they were 69th. So they were 69th. They've risen into, I can't remember what it was now, 50-something. So they were 69th in the world. That's mental, mate. That's where they were at on the 1st of April. So as we were going into this tournament, they were 69th. And now they're drawing 1-1. Go on, Cape Verde! I'm right behind them, mate. I think the whole world are Cape Verde fans right now. Jazari said England match has been knocked back an hour by FIFA. Apparently not. Apparently it's unchanged. That's what I just read. England's kickoff unchanged. So, don't know. It's playing at its normal time, apparently. Hello, Andy. Hope you're doing well. Days, now that Sammy has won the WWE title, even if it's not a long run, he might have more credibility now to be a world champion on Raw at a later date for a longer run. Maybe at next year's WrestleMania, says Andy. Andy, excellent points. Hope you're doing well. Stuart says, Days, the only team to stop France winning the World Cup is Argentina. But if Cape Verde puts Argentina out the tournament, who's going to stop France? Spain. I mean, they're purring now. Spain are up and running. They beat Austria 3-0, and Austria are normally a very well-organised team. I actually thought that Austria were going to cause Spain some problems. I must admit that was a very eye-opening result, because we've sort of been waiting for Spain to wake up and arrive, and I think they did that. I think they've done that now. I think they're here. I can absolutely see France-Spain going to penalties, and that's anyone's. So I think Spain has got the ability to stop France. I'm not so convinced by Portugal. I'm not sure they can. Obviously, if we get to the final and we've got a Brazil, I mean, I think Brazil have got the ability to go toe-to-toe with France. I think France would be favourites, but again, Brazil have definitely got the ability to take that thing to penalties, or even, get a winner in extra time. You've got to make sure that you disrupt France. France are an incredible team, and they are definitely the team to beat. But you've got to break up their play. You've got to not let them get into their rhythm. Easier said than done, but that's the challenge. If they're flowing and, everything's vibing and they're doing their little runs and everything's clicking, you're in big trouble. You're in massive trouble. If you can disrupt that, kind of get players in there and stop those balls being passed around and really disrupt it, then, and they're not flowing as much, they can be disrupted. We've seen France kind of have a couple of moments in this World Cup where they've not looked as magical. I certainly don't agree or subscribe to the idea that they're completely unbeatable and that's it. We might as well all go home. I think France are beatable. At the end of the day, it's 11 people on the pitch, and I don't even rate their fullbacks. I think if you look at their right back, their left back, I don't think they're very strong. I think their midfield is okay. I think that it's good, but I think there's better at the tournament. I think their front line is the best. I think their defensive partnership, their centre-backs are, right up there. Listen, they're a strong team, but they're not perfect. Definitely not perfect. If England were to face France, France would be big favourites, but I would be looking at the weaknesses. I'd be like, right, disrupt the rhythm. Don't allow them loads of time on the ball. Don't allow them to just pass it around you and everything. Get in there, if you've got to cause a few fouls to break it up, make sure that you're not getting carded, certainly not red cards. But if you've got to do whatever you got to do to disrupt that rhythm, and, target the fullbacks as well, because I don't think they're the strongest. I think you can get crosses in. If you can get down the side, get crosses in. I think actually, midfield versus midfield, I think England's can match France. I really do. I think Rice, Anderson, Bellingham can quite happily match France's midfield. So I just don't agree that they're unbeatable. I don't agree that they're like this team that can't be beaten. I think they're favourites, and I think they'll go into each match as favourites. But it ain't like 99% chance of winning to 10. It might be 60-40 or something like that. And, I mean, yeah, let's go. England-France, final. I'm obviously well up for it. This is your time to shine. Go out there and show what you can do. So I would, England, if they can get purring, if England can look good in a win over Mexico this weekend, which I don't know that they will, but if they can, maybe we'll start looking at England a little bit different. England have had a lot of teams that have frustrated them. Ghana, Panama, Congo. I'd like to see England actually against the Mexico. I'd like to see England go up against the team that's going to come at us a bit more. And, when Croatia did that, we looked great. We looked really good in that first game. A lot of people had us up there with, the favourites after the first games. And then what followed were 3 stodgy teams that, frustrate and sit back and hard to break down. The kind of teams you would like to be beaten 5-0, but it's not always possible. You got to grind out a result, and it's just not very sexy on the eye. But actually, what about when you got a bit of space? What about when you can kind of flow a bit more? I want to see England, Mexico. I want to see what it looks like. I want to see England, Brazil. I want to see what it looks like. And I'm down for England, France. I think you see a better England in those games than when they're having to try and, get past a frustrating team. So I've not given up on England. I think England have a chance. I do think there are bigger favourites like Argentina, like Spain, like France, like Brazil. I think I'd have England about 5th or 6th with the teams that are left, just based on what we've seen so far. But I don't think France are here to just completely run away with this, but they are definitely favourites. Definitely. What a save by Cape Verde, says Brandy. Daze, I think the biggest upset so far has got to be Paraguay winning on penalties against Germany. What do you think? Yeah, I could vibe with that. I could vibe with that being the biggest upset so far. I do think Cape Verde drawing with Spain is right up there, but obviously that was first round. It didn't knock them out like Germany getting knocked out. There's no doubt if Cape Verde go on to knock out Argentina, that would do. Imagine if Cape Verde scoring like the 92nd minute or something. There's just not enough time for Argentina to come back. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so excited. Come on, Cape Verde, please. The whole world is behind you right now. It's absolute scenes, says Robbie. Scenes. Yeah, I feel sorry for... Well, actually, I feel sorry for SmackDown. I mean, right now, the whole world is going to be tuned into this game. I would imagine there are family members waking up other family members like, you need to be watching this right now. Well, history's happening. History could be happening. It's only 1-1, though. They've still got so much work to do, and I don't even need to be watching the game. I don't have the game on in front of me. I don't even need to be watching to know that it's going to be all Argentina throwing everything at Cape Verde right now. Of course. But, yeah. The only thing I'd say is that at this point, it was Congo 1, England 0. So, there's still plenty of time to go here. England managed to score 2 goals in the final, 15, 20 minutes in their game to get through. So, still plenty of time for Argentina, but come on, Cape Verde. My brother is a good guy, but he's still an idiot, and I love him, says Jasmine. What a save. Wep sometimes is a shorter version of Welp, said King Notorious. Daze, has anyone streaked at any of these games? As always, that gets done, said Weller. No one's done it at this World Cup, as far as I'm aware. No, not that I've seen. To be honest, doesn't happen so much anymore. I couldn't even tell you the last time it happened in the Premier League or in English football. Just, don't know. I kind of associate that with being a bit more like 70s and 80s, really. Yeah, I'm sure it's happened somewhere this year. Football's played all the time somewhere in the world, so I'm sure it's happened, but not in any games that I've seen for a long time. Bobby, hello, shout out to you. What are we looking forward to tonight? To be honest with you, I'm looking forward to the Sammy segment. I'm looking forward to seeing the reaction he gets. I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out. I'm looking forward to seeing how that all plays out. I think I'm looking forward as well to kind of getting back into the swing of it, right? Because, I'm just looking forward to getting back in. I feel like I've been out of it a couple of days, of course. So it'll just be good to, get a stream, a big stream like this done and move towards Raw and, kind of get stuck into that. We got a few bits coming up, but really this is one of the, no, I don't want to say it's one of the quieter months because I don't think that's true, but there is no big WWE show this month. I think we've got obviously the AAA show. There is UFC, which we'll be doing, the Conor fight. There is AAA show, as we said. I think, is there an NXT show at the end of the month as well? I think there might be. So we got a few things coming up, but and a Saturday night's main event. So actually, all things considered, there's quite a bit, but there just is no big PLE. I mean, obviously, SummerSlam is just early August, so it's kind of all eyes on that. Daze, what is your prediction for Colombia-Ghana game later? Yeah, tricky. Ghana were actually really impressive. I thought they were so defensively solid. I think what we're seeing at this World Cup in particular is we're not seeing teams getting like really blown away. There was a 7-1 Germany against Curacao, but I think that was like in the first round, and I think it was a bit of a, not being quite up to speed. And if you look at like, the teams that got through, I mean, look at this right now. Argentina won, Cape Verde won with 12 minutes to go. I mean, it's crazy. I think that we all fall into that trap of looking at the name of a country and kind of judging how the team's going to play just by that, I mean, for example, England got Congo and I was like, oh, thank God. But then, you look at the game and it's hard. Do you know how they make it really hard? They had a lot of players as well that play in the Premier League. They've got a couple of players that used to play for Man United, Wan-Bissaka and Twanzebe. So, they've got one player that's playing for Newcastle right now. So, I mean, you would look at like Congo and just not think too much of them, right? They probably have got a lot of players that play in an African league or something, because back in the day, that's how it used to be. But actually, there's a lot of these teams now that have got players that play in Europe. And not only that, you've got a lot of players now, I think this is happening more than ever, that are changing nationality. So, for example, Elise, that plays for France, one of the best players in the world, he was born and raised in the UK. To all intents, but he's got an English citizenship. He could have played for England. But, I don't know if it was his parents or grandparents were French, and he's decided to play for France. Semenyo, who plays for... I can't remember who he plays for now. Semenyo. Ivory Coast, maybe? Fantastic player. Plays for Man City. Again, born in England. Could have played for England, but now plays, I believe it was Ivory Coast. So, you've got these teams that have got all these people that are born in different countries, but play for them because of their parents or their grandparents. I think you can go back to your parents or grandparents, wherever they were born, and, represent those countries. And I'm not against that, to be honest. I'm not against that. Because I think that if you feel a connection with a country because your, grandparents are from there, or your parents are from there, or whatever, then it shouldn't just be limited to, where you were born. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's fine. But it has definitely made a lot of these other countries stronger, because there's a lot of players that really have come through the UK system that are, highly trained, have, basically should be representing England, or you would think would represent England, that then go over to, some of these other countries. I mean, I was shocked when I looked at Congo and I saw Wan-Bissaka, who used to play for Man United and, was born in the UK. I didn't even know he was representing Congo. So, yeah, these teams are a lot harder now. They're a lot harder. Got a lot more experience, and I think, we're seeing that gap closing. So, apparently this could have been England's front three. Haaland, yeah, he was born in the UK. Semenyo and Elise. Yeah, I think we still would have Kane, to be honest. If I had to choose between Kane and Haaland, I'd have Kane. But yeah, Haaland could have been one of them. Semenyo could have been one of them. Elise could have been one of them. Wan-Bissaka was one, obviously, that was representing Congo last night. I'm trying to think who else is out there that's born in England. There's a couple more. There's England actually has got like I think it's like third or fourth most players born in England at this tournament, because there's so many that were born in England that play for other teams. So yeah, crazy. US doesn't have a big soccer league, do you? No, you don't really. I mean, I think it's brilliant that the US has bought into the World Cup as much as it has. Rich Eisner, is that his name? Rich Eisner. I saw a YouTube video where it was like, this World Cup has been incredible or something, and I clicked on it, and it was him going, listen, we're not going to pretend to know what we're talking about here, but can we just take us? It was obviously a clip from his show. He was like, can we just take a second, say how incredible this World Cup has been? And it was just lovely, actually, to listen to like this American host just talking about, like, you know, we're not soccer fans. We've never been soccer fans. We didn't care about this thing. We weren't interested in it. But how can you not fall in love with it when you see the Scots in Boston, or you see the Norwegians doing their rowing, right? Or you look at like Cape Verde and what they're doing, or you see the shots of Mexico and there's like 1 million people on the streets, you know, or the Japanese people tidying up after the game. I mean, think of all the imagery. You know, fans discovering ranch sauce, losing their minds, you know, and going to Buc-ee's, and all these kind of clips that have like flooded everyone's social media. Do you know, it's been a hit of joy. It's been something to actually be positive about. It's been fun. And, you know, you do sort of look at the world and look at all the wars and look at all the sniping as the Democrats go after the Republicans, or Reform and Labour and Conservative, and all the arguing and the disagreements and the bickering and all this kind of stuff, you know? And then, like, that becomes the norm, doesn't it? That's life. That becomes life, where everyone's arguing and moaning and complaining and disappointment and down and so. And then the World Cup comes along and everyone's having a great party, and people are, you know, drinking pubs dry, and, you know, policemen are kicking balls with fans, and it's just this injection of joy. And it's just like, oh yeah, no, that's what life should be, actually. Yeah, that's what we should be doing. Not all this negative stuff, not all this rubbish. We should be doing that, shouldn't we? I think the World Cup's been a real welcome reminder that actually life should be fun, and that we should all, you know, kind of get along and have fun and everything. So I think it's been brilliant. I think just for that, it's been brilliant. I think the football's been great as well. I think America's been a fantastic host. I know there's, you know, ticket pricing. That's not their fault. That's more FIFA. And obviously the visas and, you know, things. You can nitpick. But by and large, I think, you know, they've been brilliant. And the games have been so much fun. It's been a welcome distraction from everything. I think everyone's had a good time. Everyone's social media feeds have been filled with fun little clips, and it's just been great. It's just been really good. So looking forward to the rest of it, of course. And I just don't know what we're watching here, because with 4 minutes to go, it's still 1-1. And this is just something really flipping mental. This could be, I don't want to say the cherry on top, but this would be the talking point of the tournament so far if this goes extra time and flip it. I mean, even going extra time is mental. Even if they can just take... Because they will have technically drawn with Argentina in 90 minutes. But not just in a fun, friendly little... This doesn't... In a knockout World Cup game, Cape Verde will have drawn with Argentina. I'll tell you the other thing as well. Real test for Argentina... to just stay focused, don't lose their heads, don't panic. They know the world's going to be mocking them. They know the world's going to be laughing. They might feel like everything's against them. There might be some decisions that aren't going their way, or some saves that are being made. So, you know, all of a sudden you can start to think, this ain't our day, man. This ain't going to happen. We're going to be a national humiliation. And you could start getting into your own head quite easily. It's hard. It can be hard against these sorts of teams that you're expected to beat, your big favourites to beat. It can be really, really tough. It can be really tough. So, yeah, man, what a situation this is. I'm just keeping everything flipping cross Cape Verde. Cape Verde can do it, man. Even if they take it penalties, I mean, you've always got a chance with penalties. You've always got a chance. And that could be Cape Verde's best chance. So, still a long way to go, though. Michael said, the MLS has grown since Messi came over. If Argentina wins, it will solidify Messi as the greatest of all time. It could do, actually. Yeah, it could do. I mean, I think for me, you are talking about Messi, Ronaldo, Maradona, Pele. I don't know if there'd be anyone else in there. Some people might put Zidane, or they might put R9, the Brazilian Ronaldo. You might have a few other shouts. I mean, everyone's got their opinions, but Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, Messi, they seem to be the Mount Rushmore. If I was to do a Mount Rushmore, that would without doubt be the Mount Rushmore. It would be those four. And I don't know. I mean, if you still ask people now, a lot of people will say Maradona. I've always thought it to be Pele, to be honest with you. I mean, when I grew up, there was no doubt who the best player was for me. It was always Pele. Pele was, I don't know, bigger than the sport. He was, he was the Muhammad Ali of football, was Pele. So I think for me, it's still Pele. But to be honest, I've never watched loads of Pele. I know his amazing goal scoring kind of accomplishments. I know that he won the World Cup as a teenager and all this. Some people might put Mbappe in there. I mean, Kylian Mbappe has already won a World Cup and, is like this incredible player, but I don't think we can say he's the best ever. You could say he's the best right now. But I don't know you could say he's the best ever. But yeah, I think without shadow of a doubt, Mount Rushmore is Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Messi. A lot of people might go Messi now. So I think that World Cup win last time was a big boost to his reputation. Daze, the community has come together over the World Cup. Thanks for the wrestling community coming together, says Bruce. Yeah, it's great. I think it's great when we all come together over sharing the excitement of something. And I don't know, maybe there's some lessons to be learnt here. I think it's easier said than done, but perhaps we at times have lost a bit of the fun in wrestling because, we're just so down about where things are, But I think it's hard, isn't it? Because if you're down about where we are and you're not getting what you want and you don't like what's happening, it's really hard to just enjoy, just enjoy and just have fun with it. But I mean, there are people out there that are able to do that. I don't know. It's been difficult. Wrestling has been a bit of a challenge over the kind of past couple of years. Not all the time. Just it's been frustrating, hasn't it? I really hope that I feel like we're in as good a place. Genuinely, I feel like we're in as good a place right now as we have been probably since 2024. I really do mean that. I'm not just saying it because I'm feeling all good about, World Cup or whatever. But I really do feel like we're in as good a place as we've been for a long time. I think the Bloodline story is interesting. It might not be revolutionary, but at least it's worth a watch. At least it's not a bad segment. It's okay. It's good. It's better than the Vision. And, Sammy winning was a shock. I think he'll be a transitional champion, so it makes me wonder where we're going with that. Oba has landed and, landed big. I mean, he's really hit the ground running. Trick Williams looking pretty good. Looks like the Vision might be splitting up. I mean, it didn't work. It wasn't working. They're either going to drastically change it or get rid of it. And I think we can all agree that's the kind of thing that needs to happen. So, yeah, I feel like if I'm looking around at Liv being champion, Rhea being champion, Roman being champion, Bloodline story okay, MFT's breaking up, Vision breaking up. A lot of the things we've complained about we're sort of moving on from, and a lot of the people we've took chances with that maybe weren't quite landing, we've sort of moved on from. I think there's been a definite effort to actually hit a bit of a reset. I really believe that. I think that they have really sat down and gone, this isn't working. We need to do something different. And I think that's why we are where we are. I think they have genuinely reset WWE. It might not feel that way because there's still things to be a bit frustrated about. But I think that I genuinely believe there has been a reset. Because I can sit here and say this time last year you had the Vision as a big focus. You had Stephanie as women's champ. I like Stephanie, but, we didn't know much about her. We were clearly trying to build her. And so we put the belt on her. We had Jade as women's champ again. It was either Jade or Tiffany. Both of them felt like they had limitations. I mean, I think we can agree Rhea is a much better champion than either of those. So, you've only got to look at where we were this time last year and compare it to now to see that we're in a better, I would say, a better place. The concern is that we tried to build some stars and it didn't work. So, what do we do now? Because we do have to build stars. So I get that that's the concern. But I really think the more important thing is that the shows are good. Don't sacrifice your shows just because you want to build some stars. First and foremost, you need good shows because you need views, you need people caring, you need people tuning in. So your product has got to be good. So, if we've hit the reset and we're like, right, let's make sure we've got some good shows as our priority. Good, because I want to sit down and watch something that's worth watching. So I'm quite happy with where we are right now. I know that, there's problems and whatever, but I do think we're in the strongest place we've been for quite a while. I do like the look of the SummerSlam card so far as well. Jared, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're feeling better, Jared. Thank you, my friends. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. I'm feeling all right. Shakeem, shout out to you. Kev says, we need Randy and Drew to return. Yeah. No word on them, actually. Don't know what's happening there. Don't know what's happening in regards to when they're going to be popping up. So, yeah, I agree. We do need them back. Let's just jump in, see where we are. So every time Messi or one of his teammates needs a little pocket of space, there is a Cape Verde player there to intervene. That's exactly what needs to be done. That's what needs to be done. As we said, if there is a little pocket of space, it's remarkable to witness. Messi chants are ringing out. This is going to be a vital moment. A free kick in a good area. 95th minute. Oh, come on, Cape Verde. Come on, Cape Verde. Do you know what we were saying, though, about disrupting France and not allowing France to play? This is what we mean. Every time Messi gets the ball, there's Cape Verde players all over him trying to get that ball, trying to disrupt. So that's what you got to do with France as well. Deflected, said Trenta. I feel like no one's going to be watching SmackDown, and I do not blame you at all. I'm sat here going, do I need to watch SmackDown? I haven't even got the game on. I'm not even watching it. I'm watching that text. I've got that in front of me. I've just got the BBC website, BBC Sport, in front of me right now, just with a live sort of feed, live reporting and the score. And that's 83,000, 86,000 are just watching this page right now. And right now in the UK, it's nearly 1 in the morning. 86,000 people are just on this, let alone watching it on TV. I don't know how many are watching it on TV. But 88,000 are now watching just this page, just this update. So, yes, that's high. For a non-England game at 1 o'clock in the morning, that's high. That says to me that it's a ringing around. People, get up. Are you in bed? Well, get up. I've got work tomorrow. I don't care if you've got work tomorrow. Get up. Something's happening. Okay, we should be starting in a couple of minutes' time with SmackDown. Yeah? Guys, make sure that you turn the football off because we're not a football channel. We're not here for football. Yeah? So get rid of that. Turn that off. You've had your football time. We're here for a taped SmackDown, 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 SmackDown. Yeah. Tape. Hello, Trini. Hope you're doing well. Daze, do we think that they will ever bring back the network? Because the network edited out audio, covered blurred, cutting segments. They're making binge watching things unwatchable. They're rewriting history. They could bring the network back if they. They could bring the network back if they struggle with, finding someone to give them money. They will know how much money they made from having a network. They'll know the cost and how much they made. So if they went back to it, they probably wouldn't even make that much now. I mean, I would imagine that it's only getting harder as there's more and more streaming services, So, yeah, I would imagine that... I would imagine, they would go back to it if no one wanted their product. Other than that, they'll, just sell it, obviously, to highest bidder. Okay, I don't have this video file yet. It's still, it's going to be as soon as we hit 1 o'clock, it's going to be ready to go, isn't it? They point out a real time because the real type of champion, that's the honorary master. It's a joke with WWE, said Jasmine Christian. Is it up yet? Yeah. Okay, I've clicked on it. Here we go. Finally. We're about to get underway with the show. Dun-dun-dun. Good goods. Okay, you lot are going to probably... Yeah. The video file is 1 hour 22. Oh, it's only going to be a 2-hour SmackDown. Is this the first 2-hour show? Right. Okay, we got a recap of Night of Champions, right? So I forgot this is going to be the first 2-hour show, isn't it? Sonny, hello. Shout out to you. Love you, Daze. Peeps, get my books. Join our Discords. Sonny, shout out to you, my friend. I hope life's treating you well. Okay, we've just got a Night of Champions recap here. Okay, so Argentina, Cape Verde has gone extra time. Amazing. Just whatever happens now, Cape Verde taking Argentina to extra time. Amazing. Unfortunately, they've now got to go another half an hour. So the heroics that they've just done, they've got to try and do again. It's another mountain. They've just climbed one mountain. Now they got another mountain. But this is... Yeah. Cape Verde taking Argentina to extra time is very similar to Sami Zayn winning that WWE Championship. So Sami Zayn did it. He finally did it. Let's effing go. Okay, wow, we're going... I thought that was going to be a longer video package. I suppose we haven't got the time now. So, yeah, we're going straight into Sami coming out. Now, are there going to be you deserve it chants? I just don't know. I just don't know what to expect from the reaction. Sami Zayn making his way out. Sami, ride or die, says Lone Star Friends. What happens with Gunther now, said Jeremy. Well, I wouldn't be shocked if he went after Sami if he can. I mean, there's obviously a bit of a story, isn't there? With him pushing Aldis. Both of them are sort of on suspension at the moment. It means that I'm probably not expecting Gunther for this. I genuinely have not seen spoilers for this, so I might be talking a load of nonsense for those of you that know where this is going. I'm not expecting Gunther because he got suspended. He could pop up. They might have done the suspension as a swerve. Da-na-na-na. na 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 na. Na 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 na. Okay, Sammy in the ring, holding up that championship. Jared said we could be watching another penalty shootout during the show. Yeah. We did that the other day, didn't we? Was that Netherlands, Morocco? I can't remember. Yes. Okay, Sammy. Dun 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 dun. In the ring, he's got his undisputed WWE champion shirt on. I'm gonna have to move the score over here because I need to. Oh, there's booze. I need to. I'm sat here going, "You're forgetting something. What are you forgetting?" I'm forgetting putting things in for the breakdown. Seems to me like a lot of folks came out tonight to either ride or die with the last real good guy. Sammy holding up that championship. It's a bit mixed. Okay. He thanks people, those that have been supporting him. It ain't everyone though, is it? Yeah. And more booze. To be honest, this isn't what I dreamed when I thought Sammy was going to get to a title, you know? I could be petty. So all of those that turn their backs on me, I could tell them to kiss my ass. But I won't. You're a good man, Sammy. I'm a good guy. Everyone's told me if I wanted to win, I had to be a bit more selfish. Sammy holding up that championship. He's just going up on the fans here. Just saying how he could tell each and every one of them to kiss his ass. Come on, Sammy. Don't go down to those levels. I won't. This is a celebration. Am I right? Sammy holding up the championship. Got some Sammy chants. I'm so pleased this show's 2 hours. I'm really pleased. I probably shouldn't be. But I'm hoping it's going to be better as a result. Argentina score. Hearts break. That could be it. That might knock the fight out of them. Is there any chance it's offside? Sammy said he'll forever be known as the WWE champion. VAR, VAR, VAR. VAR. Oh, here's Cody. Here's Cody. Offside, please. Said Mr. Mean, please. I think there's a foul. I'm not even watching. I'm pretty sure there was a foul. I think it was so bad we should take 2 goals off Argentina. Nah, it'll be all right. Cape Verde will just score. It'll be fine. It'll be 2-2. This just makes it more dramatic. That's all. Here's Cody then making his way down. Sammy, a Grand Slam champ, said Joshua. Yeah. Here's Cody. World Live Cena fan said Gunther and Aldis have been suspended. Yeah, not quite the celebratory speech we were expecting, says Michael. Cody then making his way down to the ring. Cody said Sammy would never have the title, but he's got it. So Cody was wrong, said Lone Star Friends. Good point. Good point. I wonder if that will get brought up in conversation, actually. Okay, Cody then getting in the ring. He's grabbing a microphone. Let's see what he's got to say. I'm sure all of this has kind of done the rounds. Okay, Cody in the ring. Sammy. Cody. What do you want to talk about? Okay, classy. You was the first to come to me when I won. I want to be the first to say congratulations. Cody sticks out his hands. Are you serious? Sammy shakes it. Okay. Okay. Handshake between Cody and Sammy. And that's it. Cody's walking away. That's it. Okay. Let's not play this game. Drop the acts. Just be Cody. Just say it. Tell me why you're really out here. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Looks like we're going to bring out Jay. Jay is going to be making his way down to the ring. To be honest, I mean, I think Cody was really out there to say congratulations. I think that's why he was really out there. Jay going over, giving a hug to Sammy. Okay. Jay and Sammy, okay. Some good cheers, good vibes. I've only just noticed that the logo says Happy 4th of July. These fans really wanted him to run it back. You earned it. You deserve it. But you know why I'm here. Bloodline business. Then we could absolutely go in this direction. Jay wants a shot at the championship. He wants to bring it back to the family. I like that. I like that. This is my time, says Sammy. There's a cheer, and then immediately, boo. As far as I'm concerned, it's still in the family. I like this segment. Sammy has said to Cody and Jay, stay away from me. Okay, here's Adam Pearce. So Adam Pearce is here. Is this going to be a number one contenders? Cody J? Yeah. Going to find you a challenger. Don't I get a say? Oh. Ugh. Who said anything about SummerSlam? Oh. What? Defending the championship on Raw? Contractually, I'd be very interested to know if he can do that. Oh, I'd be looking at my contract if I'm Sammy. Gotta defend Monday on Raw. How does that even make any sense? This isn't even the Raw Championship. This is the, I mean, it'd make a bit more sense if it was next week on SmackDown. But even then, if I'm Sammy, I'm checking my contract. Nah, I don't like that move. I think it's one thing to say to Sammy you're going to be defending at Saturday night's main event. It's another thing to say you're going to defend it next week. I don't know why Adam Pearce would have it in for Sammy, but, you know. But to Raw. Let's get your thoughts. What do you think about... Oh, what? No. No flipping way. It's not getting rolled off, is it? It's not getting rolled off, is it? Please be onside. Whatever you've done. Whatever you've done, I hope you've done it. Oh, stupid wrestling. Stupid wrestling. Oh my God. So it's legit. It's all good, yeah? It's an insane goal as well, said Mr. Me. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is flipping history. Still another 15 minutes to go, though. Jade should be worried about us, says Chelsea. Yeah. Yeah, good work there. Good work. Not unless we see you out there. Okay, so get your votes in for that. That segment. So, yeah, not a big fan of the Adam Pearce moment. Days breaking news. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are officially married, says Michael. Michael, I've got to tell you, of all the things that's happening in the world right now, I don't even think that makes the top 5. We've got wrestling going on right now. We've got a whole thing going on with Argentina and Cape Verde, right? I'm sure I can find other things as well to put above Taylor Swift getting married. Many congratulations to them, but I can't say that is a big focus. Wade Barrett said, Cape Verde are my heroes. Top effing bins. Top bins. Oh, I got to pause. Jesus Christ. Okay, I got it. I caught it. Yeah, top bins means that you've got it right up in the corners. Right up in the corners. So either of the corners of the gold, that's top bins, that is, mate. Top bins. Keep me up to date on SmackDown. I've switched to the soccer. There's some insane good games going on in this first knockout phase, said Sally. Sally, I don't blame you. I might switch to the soccer in a second. I also might be switching. Yeah, no, incredible. Absolutely incredible. And, you know, I mean, all this is going to do is just, you know, further strengthen, you know, people's appreciation for the World Cup and, you know, how great that... I mean, this tournament only comes around once every 4 years. So, do you know what I mean? We got to wait till 2030 for the next one. This isn't something we do every year. I mean, this is special. Oh my God, what you're witnessing right now with Argentina, Cape Verde, just getting to extra time is mental. Then conceding an extra time, but finding an equalizer. It's actually unfathomable. Yeah. we're at nearly 100,000 and nearly just watching that BBC page. I don't know what the viewership's going to be for this game. It's going to be insane. Right. If anyone is still watching the wrestling, anyone at all, can you tell me when we're back from commercial break, please? If anyone can remotely tell me when we're back. Daze, how long do we think Sammy will have the title for? How long will Sammy have the title for? I think he'll be lucky to get past SummerSlam. I'm not envisaging him going past SummerSlam. It really depends who he's facing and what the story is, though. Because depending on the opponent, I'll have more confidence of him retaining than not. If it's Gunther, I won't have much confidence. If it's Jay, I might have a bit of confidence. I don't think they want to put a world title back on Jay. So if it's Jay, I might have some confidence that Sammy retains. So Dave's a triple threat would be good at SummerSlam, said Russell Andy. Yeah. Slam X, hello. Shout out to you, buds. Football is really adding to this chaos of a tape show. Massively so. Massive. I mean, this is going to hurt the SmackDown ratings. I think their ratings were going to struggle anyway. But yeah, it just turns out that one of the most bonkers flipping games is going on right now as well. Even we're kind of like, should we just catch the highlights after? Should we just watch the YouTube clips after? Let's watch the game instead. But we're not doing that, friends. I can see there's some in the chat that have no interest in the World Cup, and that's absolutely fine. I know why we're here. I know why we're here. But yeah, Slamex, hope you're well, buds. Wisperience said, as a massive Sammy fan, I've got to say it's clear that they missed the boat a few years ago. It was an underwhelming segment. I don't know if they've missed the boat. I think they missed the boat on that occasion. I think we could have got the boat back. We just did some really odd booking choices, and so it's resulted in, you know, him not getting the crowd reactions that he has been getting recently. Likewise, hope everyone is doing well, says Slamex. Did you catch Wet last night, says William? Yeah, I caught a bit of it. Yes, I did, actually. I saw there was quite a few technical issues again, which, I don't know, man. I need to figure that out because it was fun. The bit that I saw, it was fun and it was chaotic, but yeah, I think like as a viewer, I definitely wanted to sort of hear from people to hear what they had to say. The chaos of the technical problems was fun, but there does come a point where you're like, oh man, I don't feel like we can really get into any sort of conversation, you know? The whole thing just becomes about the technical issues. So I think he said he wasn't going to keep it up. We're back, thank you. Yeah, I think he said he wasn't going to keep it up. We can't keep doing that. So I think I'm going to have a word with him about, like, we need to figure this out. If we got to change a different platform or something, we got to figure it out. Because I thought when you guys got to actually talk to each other and everyone was chatting away, it was fantastic. I thought William came across really funny. I thought Nick Storm was really funny. Fanny was having real problems. I thought Casey's internet connection seemed a bit better this time, which was good. I know she's had issues in the past. But it might be that there's too many people on us. I just don't know. But of the bit that I saw, I thought you did a great job, yeah. Okay, here's Jade and the Baddies. So I've got Jade coming out right now with BFAB and Meechim. Ronnie said, Daze, this is my first adult World Cup watching the beautiful game, and I'm telling you now, Congo, Cape Verde, these stories, they're so powerful. I am hooked on soccer, and the World Cup has made me a fan, says Ronnie. Ronnie, shout out to you. I mean, yeah, I mean, the World Cup is special. I think if you pick a, you know, Premier League team or something and follow their season, you'll have a good time as well, of course. But yeah, this is hitting a bit different because of, like, you know, seeing the world reacting and whatever. So this happens every 4 years. It's very special. I'll tell you, it could be really fun if the NFL kind of do, you know, I mean, it'll take a long time, but if they could get, like, some countries to do a World Cup, I don't think they do, that already. I've never heard of it. But like, if they could do something like that, it could be really interesting. Because I know that's the big American sport. Okay, so we've had the Sammy segment to open. Right now, we have got 6-woman tag match. We're half an hour in. We believe this is going to be a 2-hour show. In fact, we more than believe it because the video file I've got suggests that it's just going to be 2 hours. I think they said it was going to be the first one in July. I forgot about it, to be honest. I forgot about it because of it being a tape show. Okay, I've got Meechin in there. Kit coming into the midsection. Daze, me and Dave use Google Meet. He calls, and I have tons of things that I can do, says William. I might suggest that to him. I mean, yeah, when I could actually hear you guys talking, I thought you were brilliant. Really fun, great energy. Just, it was great. But, yeah, it was interesting watching as a viewer. I've always thought that the chaos of the technical problems, it kind of adds to the fun, but watching it did at first, and then after a while you are a bit like, I would like to be hearing what they're saying now, or I'd love to hear William interacting with Fanny, and Casey chatting with Nick chatting with Tommy, and it just became too disruptive. So, but yeah, no, you all did a great job. When we could actually hear what you had to say, it was good. Okay, right, Charlotte in there with BFAB, and nice suplex. Kip up there by Charlotte. Charlotte with a chop. We're just going to end the poll because I don't want to get too confused. This is the Sammy segment. Looks like it's going to come out with a good rating. Is Google Meet a thing, says Shining Wizards. Meet as in MEAT. I'd love some Google Meet. Right, you lot said that was good 90. Good 90. Okay, Jade's posing on the outside. Looks like we're going to commercial break again. And we have, and I am... Oh, I've got an advert. I've got a couple of adverts. Daze, me and Daze found Google Meet. It's a video call and it works great. And I can use filters and backgrounds. I might recommend it. I mean, I don't know if that was the problem or what it is, but I don't think there's really, like, you know, a great future for the pod if we can't figure out these technical issues. I can tell you that it's still 2-2. I can tell you what a goal is still trending. Okay, I'm going to pause. Bang. Right. Commercial. Yep, let me know when we're back, guys. Let me know when we are back. No, Argentina have scored. Oh, no. Oh, God. Is it offsides? It's 3-2, says Connor. Oh, no one wants that. Damn it, Argentina have scored. Off of a corner, said Jennifer. 3-2, says Beast Modes. Oh, everyone's sad now. I'm sad now. Yeah. It's a beautiful goal, said Wrestle Rants. Okay, we're at commercial break right now. Listen, it's Cape Verde have still got a chance to find a third. They somehow found a second. But, oh my God. Oh, flipping heartbreaking. Hello, Austin. Hope you're doing well, buds. Jennifer said, I was hoping for Cape Verde. I love a Cinderella story. Oh, we all were. I tell you now, the whole flipping world is rooting for Cape Verde. We're all willing that ball to go into the Argentine net. But you got to say, fair play to Argentina. I mean, you could make the argument they shouldn't be struggling this much, but equally, There's a lot of pressure on them shoulders right now. You know, when things just aren't going the way you planned, when you're having a much tougher game than you anticipated, then, do you know what I mean? It's, I mean, these are the world champions and they're in extra time and it was 2-2 with like 8 minutes to go. So they were looking and staring down the barrel of penalties, and it could still get there if Cape Verde can just conjure up another moment of magic. But I don't know. You can't keep going to the well. Daze, Ronaldinho just signed with Ravina for the upcoming season, and he's 46. I don't know who Ravina are, to be honest, but yeah, cool. Great player. It was an own goal, said Jared. Well, I mean, if you keep putting the ball in the box, then you're gonna have you know, it's always gonna run the risk of bouncing off someone and going in. So, hello, Alistair. End of adverts. Thank you. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, we're 34 minutes in. Kick coming in there by BFAB. Tag being made. Upcut there by Jade. Didn't look very good as Charlotte goes down. Right now, Jade with Charlotte. Nice fall away slam. And kip up there by Jade. Charlotte over in the corner. Jade taking her time here. Charging over. Yeah, she took way too long. Jade took way too long. Back slap tag being made there by BFAB. BFAB comes in, grabs the leg of Charlotte. Charlotte trying to reach out to Tiffany and Chelsea. No joy at the moment. BFAB preventing the tag being made. Knee coming into the midsection. Forearm smash coming in there by BFAB. Clothesline. Chelsea is on the edge of the ring. Tiffany's down. Tag being made. In comes Michin. Tag being made. In comes Chelsea. Goes over. Smashes into Jade. Oh, blimey hell. Arm drags look amazing. Oh, slap coming in there by Chelsea and a kick. Michin is rocked. Chelsea against the ropes. Pledge your allegiance, says Chelsea, who backs into the corner. Charges in. 1, 2. Save there by BFAB. Rough Rider was in. Tiffany looks like she wants to get in now. Bang. Drop kick. I love Chelsea's gear tonight, said Wrestle Rants. Kick coming in. Do we think Sammy will be like Drew, winning the title but losing before the next PLE? I don't know if he'll lose before SummerSlam. He might lose at SummerSlam. I think them booking him in a match before SummerSlam makes sense, because I think a lot of people are thinking he's going to lose it before. I think he's going to retain on Monday. I think he keeps the belt Monday. I think they're going to make everyone think he's going to lose it, but he'll keep it. But I don't know, man. Saturday night's main event, SummerSlam. If he can keep that belt past SummerSlam, he's done well. Reverse there by Chelsea. 2. No joy. Shot coming in there by Chelsea. BFAB goes down. She didn't see Jade behind. Jaded connects. 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Jade. BFAB, Michin. Really a match just sort of showcasing Chelsea, really. Just designed to get Chelsea over. Some big pops for Chelsea. Let's get people's thoughts. What did you think about the match? Jade's posing away with Michin. Da, 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 da. Okay, so they're just talking about the altercation between Gunther and Nick Aldis. You're jealous. You would love to be in my position. Okay, we got an official statement. So not really much of an update. Just that Nick Aldis is on leave. Adam Pearce was on the phone to him. Okay, here's Sammy. I don't belong on Raw. I'm glad we're addressing this. Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Sammy. There he is. I don't know if I win. Look at Candice. Candice is like... You're my rock. I'm glad you're here, Candice. Oh, can you take a photo? I'm glad you're here. Can you take a photo? I didn't hate that. I do find it strange, to be honest. The Johnny thing's still going, but he has been talking to him, to be honest. I like that when he went, I'm glad you're here. She's like, what? Can you take a picture? Okay, AAA Championship is about to be defended. Go portrait, and she goes landscape, said Iron Sentinel. The woman's useless. No wonder she's backstage all this time. Okay, Ray Phoenix then. Ray Phoenix making his way down to the ring. This crowd is so ass, said Big Migs. WrestleRant said, this is beyond ridiculous. What is Johnny doing? This is garbage. Is Johnny wrestling? And this is what you've got for him, says WrestleRants. I wish they could use Candice like they do Maxine. Candice is so underrated, said Austin. I agree. I agree. I really rate Candice. I think you could definitely get hell of a lot more out of her than, you know, just her being kind of backstage with Johnny doing whatever Johnny's doing. I feel like this has got to be going somewhere, you know? It's got to be leading to something. I can't tell you exactly what it is right now, but it's got to be going somewhere. We're at commercial break. Daze, what if Sammy leads a faction with Candice and Johnny to keep him as champion? Wouldn't be down on it. Wouldn't be down on it. It would make some sense. Daze, you behind? No, I'm keeping in line with America. So we pause for the breaks because in America it's on TV and they've got commercials. So if you just watch it on Netflix, you don't have any commercials. But I'm pausing every time so that we can stay in sync with America. Jennifer said there was a shot on goal by Cape Verde, but it went wide. I can't see it happening. I think, like, to go 1-0 down, to get back is amazing. To go 2-1 down and come back, you can't keep coming back, though. So I think that third goal was the killer. I thought the second goal was the killer, to be honest. So what a performance, but there's no guarantee they would have won the penalties anyway, of course. But oh god, if I could will another goal for them, I would. But surely time is pretty much done. Think about the rabbit's foot that Johnny Wrestling has on him. With all the releases they've kept him to lay down, says Billy. But that's what I mean. I mean, it must be going somewhere, mustn't it? Argentina have won. It's over. Well, you know, all you can say is congratulations to Cape Verde because they've just given the world a real treat there. I mean, look, it might not be the results that people wanted, but you was hooked throughout that game. I was hooked throughout that game. We were all just engrossed in what was going to go down. I mean, Cape Verde have gone out, but they've gone out to the current world champions and they've gone out absolutely fighting. I mean, insane. They've gone out because of an own goal. And, I mean, if you look at the graph of, like, the yellow is all the sort of possession and opportunities and it's who's winning the match or who's having the better of that part of the game. I mean, look at that. Yellow. It's just a sea of yellow. A couple of bits of white, but it is just all Argentina. 65% possession, 22 shots, 10 on target. XG, which is like how many goals you would expect. 2.1 for Argentina, 0.5 for Cape Verde. So really, this should have been maybe 2-1. Would have been a fair score. So I think the right team, looking at these numbers, suggests the right team's going through. But what a treat. Black back from commercial. Thank you. Okay, Vikingo in the ring. In the ringo. Vikingo in the ringo. Okay, we're back. Let's end the poll, shall we? We are 46 minutes in. Hello to anyone just joining us. If you have been watching the game, we've been keeping an eye on it as well. Well done, Cape Verde. The respect on your name, the respect on your country is immeasurable. It's a country most people hadn't even heard of before the World Cup. Everyone's heard of them now. Okay, Vikingo in there with Phoenix. Kick coming in there by Vikingo. Duck underneath. Against the ropes. Look at that. So impressive. I do think there is a future for Vikingo on the main roster. Over in the corner goes Vikingo. Bang, kick coming in. I mean, Vikingo's only 29. I mean, he's still got, like... Okay. Vikingo charging over. Big kick coming in there by Phoenix. Phoenix on the top. Lovely. Look at that. 1, 2. Kick out. This is the kind of match that you could expect to see on AAA. And AAA have been absolutely cooking with their in-ring. So, you know, whoever had the idea of kind of bringing in like a AAA kind of style match a lucha match onto SmackDown. It was a brilliant idea. Look at that. Oh, absolutely planting Vikingo, but Vikingo kicks out just. Oof. Rey Fénix going against the ropes. Underneath that, oh, he kind of slid under the bottom. Right now, Vikingo's got him caught up in the apron. Vikingo, I think he's going to do the same. Oh. Vikingo yells out. Crowd are still making a little bit of noise. Look at that. Lovely work. Using that top rope to moonsault to the outsides. And we go to commercial break. So we're at commercial again. 50 minutes into the show. Respect doesn't get you a win. And the closer to the World Cup, though, hard loss when you've played that hard, says William. The match is great so far, says Jeremy. Metal Mama said, I hate to say this, but goddamn, I would trade AAA for regular WWE any day, says Metal Mama. Metal Mama, hello. Hope you're well. Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier about how WWE seemed to have gone through a bit of a reset. And I really do think they have. And I think that, you know, this match right here kind of shows that there is an attempt to try and get some really good wrestling onto the product. I think they know that we're struggling with the in-ring. This really enjoyable so far. Rey Fénix and Vikingo. So it's hard to know exactly what the issue is. Is it the wrestlers? Is there too much inexperience? Is there a lack of chemistry, a lack of house shows? I don't know. Is the feedback not good enough so underperformance is just allowed to continue? How does Jade improve? How does Tiffany improve? You know, how do we get them to become really great in-ring talents? I mean, it's going to take time. It's going to take work. Is the structure there to support them? You know, this is where you just get a Rey Fénix and a Vikingo who absolutely know what they're doing, and you know they just cook. And also, you know, a Carmelo Hayes who's got a lot of indie experience, or an Ilya Dragunov who's got a lot of indie experience, or a Sami Zayn who's just got a lot of experience. Having them do open challenges was obviously a big success as well. So there's definitely things they can do. None of it is necessarily going to be helping when it comes to bringing talent through, you know, working with that talent that is needing to be developed. But, I mean, you just need to be putting on a good show, don't you? So I am enjoying this. Good match so far. For those just joining, we're at commercial break. Neil said the England game is at 1. Yes. Robbie said maybe they're going to subvert expectations since everyone's expecting Sammy's reign to be really short. They could do. Yeah, that's something that they could play around with. I think he gets past Monday. If he can get past SummerSlam, he's done really, really well. Rapture said, do we think WWE could benefit from someone like Vikingo? I feel as though it would be very interesting to see how a heel high flyer would work, as we never really see one in WWE. Yeah, I do think there is a place for him. We were talking earlier about who's going to go to the main roster from AAA, and, you know, I made the point that there's only so many spots. And certainly now that SmackDown's gone down to 2 hours, Raw's 2.5 hours, we haven't got 5.5 hours to play with now. We got 4.5 hours. Thank you, Black Onyx. We've got 4.5 hours to play with. So you can't really flood it with, like, AAA stars. But, you know, is there somewhere that we could put Vikingo? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vikingo against Ilya, Vikingo against Carmelo. I mean, there's Vikingo against Chad Gable. I mean, there's tons of great matches that you could do with him. And to be honest with you, I think Raw and SmackDown just need some great wrestlers. Kick out there by Vikingo. We just need some great wrestlers. That is a lovely, lovely frog splash. Vikingo's got one of those stupid patches on because this is his SmackDown debut. I'm really not a fan of those. Double knees there by Phoenix. He goes down. Vikingo going over the other side, looking to charge in. Double knees. Vikingo is climbing up. And, 1, 2, Vikingo, almost getting it there. Charging over. Big kick there by Vikingo. That was amazing. Down goes Phoenix, middle of the ring. I really don't expect Vikingo to get the win here. I'm not expecting a title change. But even so, it's a really fun contest. Shot coming in. Phoenix going up, grabbing Vikingo. Vikingo with some shots to the midsection. Forearms coming in there by Vikingo. Vikingo up top. And goes for a cover. Two there by Vikingo. Look at that. I love how he flips around. Does a poison Rana. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." It really is. Vikingo is climbing up. Is up top. Is literally on top of the ring post to the top rope. Goes for a big splash. Phoenix moves out the way. Phoenix charging in. Double knees. He's got Vikingo. Up in the top. Chop coming in. I mean, you're just not getting this kind of a performance out of a lot of the roster, to be honest. It looks like he's going to put him away with that Mexican muscle buster. Seriously impressive. Really, really great match. Really great match. And you know what? It was needed. And you know, that kind of match is going to mean so much more on a 2-hour SmackDown. On a 3-hour SmackDown, you know, one great match is, you know, helpful. But you kind of need a bit more. On a 2-hour show, it's going to carry a lot more weight, isn't it? Because there's not going to be that many matches. There's not as many segments. Good. Really good. Let's see what you thought about it. Ray Phoenix with the win. Okay, last week we had Julia and Kiana. Julia, that's brutal. 1, 2, 3. Julia attacked by Blake. This was in London. The glamour arrived. Okay, there's Julia. She's backstage with Kathy Kelly. Have you got a message for Blake? I don't back down from any fight. Here's Kiana. It'd be just like you to bite the hand that feeds you. Oh, Blake grabs Julia, chucks her backstage. In case you forgot, I'm Blake Monroe, and it's so good to see you again. Oh, she murks her as well.
I actually thought for a moment there that Kiana and Julia might be working together, and that Kiana's new client was Blake. Sorry, I did kind of think that they were working together. Okay, looks like we've gone back to commercial break again. Don't know why, it feels like there's more commercial breaks than usual tonight. Yeah, I did think that that might be a new partnership, but then she grabbed Kiana and she murked her as well. Back at commercial, Spawny Boy said Blake is making a statement. Yep, she sure is. So I'm all right with this show. I don't think I needed the 6-woman's tag, but I thought the open with Sammy and everything was okay. Don't hate that. The Vikingo Phoenix match is the highlight so far. I mean, obviously there's no doubt about that at the moment. And we're pretty much done with the first hour, so 1 more hour left to go. Robbie said Blake is the only reason to watch SmackDown, to be honest. Bishop said it is a pretty fun show so far. Shining Wizard said, I just hope they have a good direction for Blake now that she's finally there. I bet Ray retains, says car sales, Orlando. Yep. Kind of felt like he was going to, but it didn't matter. It was just, could they give us a really fun match? And they definitely succeeded with that. Sally said, if they have a match between Tiffy and Blake, I'm going to need them to wear their names somewhere. Is SmackDown now 2 hours, said Dr. Jalala, yeah. So the first 6 months to the end of June, 3 hours, and then the last 6 months to, the end of December, 2 hours. So it is 2 hours from now on. I like the presentation so far for Mariah May, said Wrestle Rants. Is there any update on Rhea? No, only that we know some of the plans that changed. No update as to if she's going to make it for SummerSlam. But we know that she was going to be doing something with JC Jane, maybe, and or Alexa as well. So those were the 2 names. Well, I think one was going to be at Night of Champions. The other was going to be at SummerSlam. So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously caused disruption there. I know some people have been asking about, Fatal Influence, what's happening. But, the truth is, I think the Rhea injury has caused real disruption there. So, it is what it is. We can understand it. We can understand. So, what if she's going to make it for SummerSlam? No, I don't even know if they know at the moment. Rapture said, do we think Sammy against Johnny at Saturday night's main event would be good? Yeah. I don't know quite how we would get there, because I would like to think that Johnny would appreciate the fact that Sammy was still talking to him. I mean, he's moved a couple of times, hasn't he? He's kind of moved a couple of times, his eyes, whatever. So I think he knows that Sammy is talking to him. So, yeah, I think it's one of those that where he is maybe going to join forces with Sammy. I don't know about working against him. Black Onyx said, we're back. Thank you, Black Onyx. We're building to summer. It's just hard to put your finger on what, isn't it? I would be disappointed if he came out of a coma and wanted a match. I feel like he's completely lost, completely broken. The only person that's paying him any attention other than Candice is Sammy. Okay, we're just looking back on Raw. We're just looking back on Roman and Seth and what went down in that final segment. The only reason why I'm going to go to hospital with my wife is because she is a cancer survivor. She doesn't have to be in the emergency room. Jasmine Christian, shout out to you, buds. As I said, I hope it all goes well. Connor said, what do we think about Tiffany Blake happening for the Women's United States Championship? I mean, I'm not crazy about people being raced to titles, as I keep saying. But it does feel like she is probably going to be doing something with Julia first. And to be honest, I don't think the women's division is that big. So, I mean, it probably won't take that long for her to get to Tiffany. Okay, so we're just seeing a few words being exchanged here from Monday between Seth and Roman. Daze, I think the water bottle is going to take the title off Sammy. I can't believe BFAB and Meechin's tag name is Storm Chasers. I don't know. Is that what they're called, is it? Did that name appear somewhere? Mr. Renegade said, Daze, I got a question for the community. How would we book Gunther and Nick Aldis feuds? But there we go. Question to the community from Mr. Renegade. Robbie said, people, it's too soon for a title, but people also say give Ober a title. Well, he did arrive earlier this year, and I said that I would be okay with him getting to a title by SummerSlam, so I don't know exactly when he came in. I mean, he was in the Rumble. So was it the Rumble that he debuted? So that would have been, what, 6 months? If we go from January to August. So I think there is a bit of a difference between coming in and getting about as quickly as, say, Soul has, or if Blake was to come in and have a match straight away with Tiffany, compared with, you know, kicking it 6 months down the road. So I think there is a difference there. The Shield breakup was what is the only one I was looking forward to. Declan said, I hope you're having a good night. And you, Declan, shout out to you. Okay, we're backstage with Jacob and Jimmy. Here's Royce. We're here to find Solo, says Jimmy. Blood doesn't make you family. Loyalty makes you family. I've been loyal to you. Jimmy says, not no more. Jacob walks away. Ooh. Okay, here's Trick Williams. Dun, 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 dun. Trick coming out. Let's see what Trick Williams has got to say. Connor said, this is interesting. Get up and dance. It's Boomer workout time. Whoop that, Trick, says Metal Mama. Okay, Trick Williams making his way down to the ring. He's still got Little Yachty with him. I haven't got any commentators. Okay. I don't know what that hat is that Little Yacht is wearing. Daze, where is the whole Bloodline Royce Keith story leading to? Well, I mean, it feels like it could be a 6-man tag match, couldn't it? I mean, it could be a tag match. It could be a 6-man tag match. It depends what they want to do with Jacob, but I think Jacob, Royce feel like they're on a collision course. I don't know if that'd be a singles match. I don't know if that'll be as part of a 6-person tag. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Trick Williams then getting in the ring. Crowd chanting away. Trick. Did Corey Graves say he's out here dressed like kimchi? He doesn't look anything like kimchi. Okay, Trick Williams. Still posing away. Okay, let's end the poll for that last match so we don't get confused. Okay, wow. Carmelo interrupting straight away here. Definitely up for this. Definitely up for Carmelo Trick. And there are rumors that this was a match planned for SummerSlam. We could absolutely be on that path right now. Carmelo making his way down. Trick Williams in the ring. It's a pretty fun shirt that he's got. It's got a picture of Carmelo, and then it's just pointing out like his chain, his shades, and it just says him at the top. If you're a Carmelo fan, I think that's a pretty fun shirt. Carmelo in the ring. Little Yachty shaking his head in the background. Got some Mellow chants ringing out. Mellow, 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 mellow. We got no other choice but to run it back, you and me. You look unstoppable, but that's only because I haven't decided to stop you yet. You turn that title into an accessory. If you want to run around here with a title, I can get you a discount code for WWE Shop. That championship. Oh, I like that. That's the Workhorse Championship. That's the Match of the Night Championship, says Carmelo. I think a lot of fans are going to be like, yeah, that's exactly what it should be. To be honest, a Trick doesn't represent that. He doesn't represent the Match of the Night. Put that title against somebody who knows you better than anybody. He's making a lot of sense. What he hasn't got is like many kill shots. There's not really too much like that's making you go, ooh, ah, you know? Little Yachty's talking. I understand you would like a match. Should we give this young, small man a match? I tell you what, Carmelo's getting a bit frustrated here with Little Yachty. It's been a couple of times that Little Yachty has called Carmelo short. We got you. Is he a manager? I don't even know what his role is. I don't even know what Little Yachty is. Trick's not upset about this. We're not going to keep giving out title shots, says Little Yachty. You got a match next week. So it looks like it's going to be Trick against Carmelo next week. But not for the title. It's just a little flat at the moment. I don't know why. There was no kill shots in there from Carmelo. It's never the most interesting thing in the world when Little Yachty speaks. There's a backhand there. Okay. So we've got a match coming up next week. I don't know about that segment, man. I mean, it was watchable. I can't say I was like, whoa, okay. There we go. Carmelo launching himself over the top to the outsides. Little Yachty jumps up. Trick telling him to get down. Let's go, says Trick. That was better. Okay. We need to use Chad's momentum and actually get him into the mid-cards so that he can have a run for a while, said Dr. Luchalala. Metal Mama said, we get Little Yachty, but we can't have Lana for Rusev. I'll cry about it until the end of time. Okay, we're backstage with Danhausen right now. Okay, here's Matt Cardona, Miz, Kit Wilson. All right, Danhausen's got a match with JD. Saturday night's main event. What's written on the thing that the person's on? It's been like... Oh, turn it off? Okay, Kit Wilson just said awesome. Does that mean that he is going to be thinking he's The Miz and The Miz is going to be thinking he's Kit Wilson? Is that what's just happened? Apparently Danhausen's going to have some help from New York. I wonder if that's going to be like Jalen Brunson, one of the Knicks. It would sort of make sense, wouldn't it? Okay, Brie making her way down. Have they just switched bodies then? Let me. I think so. I think that's what they might have just done. With Kit Wilson yelling out "awesome," it makes me think they might have switched bodies. Okay, hang on. We got to pause. We got to pause. We got to pause. We did it. Freaky Fridayhausen, said TJF. Freaky Fridayhausen. We've gone to commercial. Thank you. Right, we are at commercial. We got 40 minutes left of this show, and I think it's an interesting show. There's I don't hate the fact it's dropped an hour. I think that the Kingo match is still the highlight. We probably shouldn't we, do a vote for the Trick segments. Let's see what people thought about that. The Trick segment, what did you think? So, I mean, it's not a big deal, is it? But it would just be good to get a score. trick segments. Brie making her way down. She's going to be in action with Lainey Reed, which is a bit of a strange one. Certainly when you remember that actually we're only down to 2 hours. This is one of those matches I would have thought they might have cut, but okay. It's like Damien Mizdow again said wrestle with Andy. When is Saturday night's main event, said Dr. Lucha Lala? I think it's in July, isn't it? Like, more towards the end. Is it the same weekend as AAA? Let's have a look. It is Saturday night's main event, July 18th. July 18th. There we go. Join the Uncursed. Don't miss WWE Live. And they've got him. Look, I mean, this mental in it. That's the poster so far. That is mental. That's how big of a superstar he is now. He's the only person on the poster right now. And obviously his connection with the Knicks meant that he was going to have to feature in some capacity. So Danhausen against JD McDonough. The only match that we know of so far for Saturday night's main event. Right. LA Knight could earn his Genius Locker Room Wrestler street cred if he takes Judgment Day apart. Ethan starts taking Judgment Day. Ethan starts playing backstage politics. They could join up. Oh, what? LA Knight and Ethan? Actually wouldn't be down on that. Enzo and Big Cass are going to help him, says Corey. Oh, you think so? You think it'll be them? Mello spoke truth about that US title, said Word Live Cena fan. Daisy, are you doing a AAA stream on Saturday night? I think so, yes. Actually, there is no big wrestling show tomorrow, is there? So I think, I mean, I've not given it much thought, but I definitely want to be doing something. So yeah, I feel pretty good that we'll be back tomorrow for AAA. Yep. You and Judgment Day at Chamber. Judgment Day. Yeah, I like that idea of LA Knight and Ethan. I think it's a good shout. James said, I've got some sad breaking news. Gingy, the gingerbread man, was supposed to return at Night of Champions to cost Sammy, but couldn't. Hence the Sammy win. That is very sad news. Very sad. Denim Chicken said, I'm still on board with LA Knight and Solo joining up with Royce coming in. I tell you, I was looking at Royce backstage with Jacob. I was very impressed with, thank you, Black Onyx, how big he is. Even when he's standing with Jacob, like, I mean, you know, he's got a good size to him as Royce. I mean, you can see why they were interested. I still question him going straight to the main roster, but, you know, it is their choice, of course, and if that's what they think is the right thing to do. Okay, here's Fatal Influence. But yeah, I think LA Knight, Solo, Royce as a trio is interesting. It's just they're not going to have a great deal of chemistry because, you know what I mean, they're kind of all coming from different worlds. Okay, it's interesting seeing Lainey making her way down to the ring, standing in the middle. We really have not seen loads of Lainey. What I have seen, though, I've been impressed with. I wasn't sure about her at first. But I remember she has a match with JC very early in NXT. Or I say early, it wasn't that long ago. I think it was like last year. She has a match with JC and it was really good. It was a decent match. And then Jasmine, of course, got attacked. And then it turned out it was Lainey that had done it. And so Lainey kind of replaces Jasmine in the group. And not long after that, they get called up. So we haven't seen loads of Lainey. Okay, bell sounds. Lainey comes over and we are underway. Brie with the Thez press. Throwing in some shots there on Lainey. Lainey on her knees, telling Brie to get back. Shot to midsection. Shot going upstairs as well. Brie taking some shots there. She goes to the corner. Big clothesline. Down goes Laney. We need to end this poll so we don't get confused. I don't know how long this match is going to be. Probably not that long. 1, 2, Brie looking for a cover, not getting it. Yeah, I mean, decent pace straight out of the gate here. Round the back. Laney picks up Brie, drives her down. Belly to back suplex. Good 85. Ooh. People not loving that trick segment. Elbow drop there by Laney as Brie rolls out the way. Metal Mama said, if my mama Brie loses, I'm going to blame you for singing that stupid song of Fatal Influences. We are mortal enemies for a few minutes, says Metal Mama. That's okay, Metal Mama. That's okay. I think it's healthy for our friendship if we are mortal enemies at some point. So I'll take it. I'm with Laney here right now. Brie in the corner, getting smashed by Laney Reeds. Lovely kick coming in there by Laney. Laney clearly the more attractive, the more talented of the two. And she throws in a slap there. Brie really struggling. I'm surprised she hasn't fallen over already. As Laney goes down. Brie climbing up. She's gone up top. She goes for a missile drop kick, which she's very, very fortunate to connect with. Laney goes down. Brie back up on her feet. She's throwing in the yes kicks, which of course are not her kicks. These are Daniel Bryan's kicks that Brie has stolen. Right now we've got Laney round the back. She's grabbing the hair of Brie. That's a great move by Laney. Very clever. Brie flips over though. She grabs the hair of Laney and that's horrible to see. You don't like to see cheating. Roll through there by Brie. She's got a crossface applied. Laney Reed in a bit of trouble here. Fallon trying to help her get to the ropes. Brie with like a Rings of Saturn type move. Paige on the outside. This is terrible. Look at Paige getting involved on the outsides. Heartbreaking. Big shot there by Fallon. That's good. Evening up the scores. Brie goes to the outside. She grabs Fallon. My God. Fallon goes flying into the barricade there. Brie getting back in. And Laney. Big knee. 1, 2, 3. Laney gets it. What an amazing performance. It's just like when Kate Verdi were winning against Argentina, which didn't happen at any point, to be honest. But Laney Reed gets the win. And literally everyone in the chat is delighted. Sometimes good things happen to good people. Laney gets the win. The evil Brie Bella is slain. And the world rejoices. Okay, backstage we've got R-Truth. Metal Mama said, I'm so pleased about that result. The right person won. Metal Mama. Respect. Okay, right now we got some hot dogs. That's not my nickname for the War Raiders. They're here as well. Oh, he just bit your wiener, says R-Truth. All on the line. Hot dog eating contest, both belts on the line. Yep. Okay. Titles for title, you are on. Okay, coming up next, We are heading towards Brock Ober. Metal Mama said, I think the same way, Daze. An hour after you start, how has that boomer not fallen over you? I hate you, Daze. Brie has birthed children. You can't do that. Shut it, boomer. I could birth children if I wanted to. Don't you put limits on me, sister. Yeah? My abilities are limitless. I can do anything. Yeah, dream big. If I want to birth children, I'll birth children. Thank you. Listen, Brie Bella sucks. We all agree. And we're all really thrilled that Laney picked up the victory. Boom. LS Dub, hello. SmackDown going back to 2 hours is appreciated, but this show still has a hokey atmosphere and disposition. There's a lot here that either feels extremely low stakes or very juvenile. I can see that, to be honest. I think it's difficult though, isn't it? Because this is family entertainment, and that's going to need to appeal to everyone. It's going to need to appeal to the kids, and Danhausen, I think it's tricky. I think the Danhausen stuff is tricky. I mean, that stuff is quite juvenile, with him doing experiments on Miz and Kit Wilson, and where's Maurice? Why is no one coming to Miz and Kit Wilson's rescue? I mean, I can understand the locker room not doing it, but what about their families? But I mean, if you start going down that road, you can find plenty of examples in the past, can't you? I mean, this is very Vince booking. It's just something we haven't really been seeing in Triple H in recent times, that sort of stuff. It is quite Miz TV-ish. I do wonder if it just sort of fits into a bit of a reset that WWE have been trying to do this year. Probably feeling that there's a bit of humour that's missing, and humour's so subjective and difficult to get the tone of it so that it's going to land with everyone. I agree there's probably moments here that people are rolling their eyes at, but I don't know. I think there's an effort. I definitely see an effort to try and put on a show that's got some good wrestling, got some good stories, got some comedy segments. But, have they got the ingredients quite right? Is the tone quite right? Probably not. Probably not. There's probably some stuff that's not quite right. James said, do we agree that Gingy, the Gingerbread Man, is a future Hall of Famer? I think he could certainly go to the Hall of Fame. Certainly. Big Time said they have got a 2-hour format and we're still getting Raw recaps with Roman, Seth and Ober Brock. When TV time is tight, they need to utilize it better. Yeah. I mean, it's a difficult one because I agree, but I sort of feel like recaps are quite good for those that, weren't able to watch on Monday or first-time viewers. I think it makes it easy to kind of understand where we are, what's happening, why it's happening. I think there is some value to having some recaps. Do we need as many? Do they need to be as long? Again, it's going to be debatable. I don't think you should get rid of them altogether. It's a bit like, do you remember at WrestleMania, we got rid of the video packages before? We'd all watched the builds, so we didn't need the video packages at WrestleMania. But, it still felt like we missed them when they weren't there. Kind of helped get you hyped for the fights. I think people need to know there's something happening with Ober Brock, and not everyone watched on Monday, and even if they didn't watch and they just heard about it, at least, they can see some footage. Plus, you got to remember as well, people are watching for the first time every show. So there are people out there watching WWE for the first time. So do you use just a little bit of your TV time to just promote your big feuds as you head into your big show? Roman, Seth, Oba, Brock? Do you just take that a little bit of time just to go, listen, this is happening as well. You need to know about this if you don't know already. But I agree, with time this tight, it's like, where'd you draw the line? Because this doesn't do nothing for me. I don't need this. But then I can recognize this show is not just for me. So it's tricky. It's definitely is tricky. I think we can all be in agreement, though, that Lainey Reed won. And that's the most important thing. Well done, Lainey. Lainey. Okay, let's get rid of this poll. We are a little video package right now for Brock and Oba. I gotta tell you, my timeline is absolutely all over the place right now. I got some people that are watching in America that are putting things out to do with where we are in America, and I've got some people that have just blasted through the Netflix video file. And so they're done. So I've got screenshots of stuff we haven't even got to yet. So my timeline is a flipping mess right now. Okay, Hell in a Cell has been announced, all of that. Let's get rid of the poll. Daze, I think Paul Heyman adds Brock to Sammy match Monday and then takes Sammy's belt, said TJF, right? Could do. I think Raw is going to be a very interesting watch. Goods 84. Okay, here's Cody. Here's Cody. Oh, he bumped into Finn. Welcome to SmackDown. Oh, he wanted to face Cody. Go get it back. Good luck. Go get it back. Here's Tama. I went to the elders for guidance. Oh, okay. Finn is getting chucked around here by Tala. Oh. Wow. Tamatonga said he's closing the book on everything from his past, and Finn Balor is next. So it felt like we might be heading towards a new group, a new like Bullet Club group. It's very clear that that is not the direction we are going. So that's not a bad update. That's not a bad update. I don't hate that. Okay, here's Jay. It's just me who's they want. It's just me who's. I wouldn't object to that version of Club v Club, says Jennifer. Yeah, I must admit I wouldn't have been down on them getting together. I think that could have been interesting. As we said, I think it would have been good if there was... I think it would have been good if there was like a really cool name and a really cool like shirt design. I always thought that Bullet Club were obviously a great faction with some really great wrestlers in. We're at Commercial. Yeah, really great faction with really great wrestlers, but I thought they were so marketable. I thought the Bullet Club name, the shirts, I thought everything just looked so cool that, you know, I suppose in a way it was a bit like NWO, where they had like a brilliant logo and a brilliant vibe, and do you know what I mean? Like it was good. It was really good. So I think that had we have done something there, if we'd got the name right, it couldn't have been Balor Club. I just think that's dead in the water. It needed a really good name. It needed a really great logo. It needed to be cool. It needed to be something that you wanted to vibe with, you know? But whatever, clearly not the direction they want to go. And looks like we're heading to a Finn Tama program, which I'm not down on. That'll be good as well. AB says, Miss Trinihausen just blew through the kitchen like a puffer fish. What does that mean? Trini, I hope you're well. Ellis Stubbs said, I don't know, every time WWE attempts to rip off Bullet Club, it just comes across so cheap and second rate, like Balor Club or the OC. I mean, straight away, though, Balor Club and the OC. I mean, I don't even need to know anything about the OC to know that that name sucks. I mean, as soon as I hear OC, I think of that TV show, and it's just not going to work. OC is short for like the original club, and it's just, I agree. I don't think you could really rip off Bullet Club. I think it needs to be a new name. I think it needs to have a new logo, needs to be its own thing. It can't be like the original club or Balor Club or I wouldn't have anything club. But I think that you could definitely do something. I think, Tama is not a bad worker and he brings experience. Finn Balor, there's a lot of goodwill towards him, and Tala is a bit of a monster. He's got a good size to him, and definitely an interesting prospect for the future. I mean, they're bringing a few different elements there. I thought there would be a potential for something, but well, look, we don't need to worry about it. They're not doing it. But yeah. I've got patience for children and mentally retarded. Everyone else can kiss my big black ass, says Trini. To be honest, Trini, knowing this community, I'm sure there's a queue that's forming. Right now, there's people lining up going, sorry, where's the big black ass kissing queue? And I'm telling you, William's joining that several times. Yeah, he'll have a go and then he'll go back to the back so he can go back round again. I'd imagine, actually, a lot of people are probably going to jump in going, sorry, someone just mentioned there's a big black ass kissing queue somewhere. I mean, no offense, I might sit it out. I'm not going to watch or anything like a perv, but I'm just saying. I'd imagine this show has probably had a few people who are like, sort of like, do you know what I mean? It's not been the most engaging in the world. It's been okay. It's been fine. It's been watchable. But I'd imagine there's a few people that were sort of like dozing off. And then as soon as you said that, there's people, sorry, what? Sorry, what? There's a queue for what's... Cody Rhodes making his way out then. So, main event time. Where are we? 19 minutes. Let's go Cody versus Jay. Not bad as a main event. Not bad as a main event. Cody versus Jay. Winner gets to have a title match on Monday. I mean, fair play. Slamex said, what the hell is going on? Well, sometimes, Slamex, you've got to make your own entertainment, you know? we have to sit through a lot of entrances, you know? Here's Cody then, making his way down. Kieran said, are we going to do a breakdown? Yeah, we'll do a breakdown, but I think there'll be quite a few people that might have missed part of this at the beginning because of the Argentina game and how gripping that was. Plus, yeah, I mean, we always do it for Raw and for SmackDown, so we'll definitely be doing it. Okay, Cody has come down and got a great reaction. I mean, it wasn't long ago he was really struggling with his reactions from the crowd, but actually getting some decent reactions. Jay in the ring. I love Cody sign. Lots of applause. I really hope this is going to be a banger. Okay, the crowd are continuing to sing Kingdom. Jay in the ring looking over at Cody. Sonny said, you missed my comments. Well, I've no doubt it was pervy, Sonny. I've no doubt it was pervy. Here we go. Locking up, middle of the ring, Cody. Oh, they break apart. Jay. Looking over at Cody. Took his arm sleeve off his elbow pad, I think, and some wrist tape. Jay looking out at the crowds. I think we've got some Cody Rhodes chants that are sort of ringing out right now. Declan, shout out to you. I hope you're doing well, buds. Cody looking over at Jay. Jay going against the ropes. Cody's down. Knee to the midsection there by Cody. Jay goes down. Cody coming over. Grabbing Jay. I like the fact they've given this some time. Shot coming in there by Cody. Jay going over against the ropes. Cody working on the arm of Jay. Jay going into the corner. Cody charging in. Cody goes to the outside. Whoa, whoa. I think he properly lost his foot in there. Unless he forgot that he had a spot next. Because he sort of landed and then sort of slipped down. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Oh, I got a Domino's advert. That doesn't look great. Just had an advert for a pizza, but it didn't look great. Goal! Goal! Colombia! Yeah! Well, they've done really well to score against Ghana because we flipping couldn't. We flipping couldn't. So, there we go. Goal. There hasn't been a lot of football played here. The crowd are just enjoying a Mexican wave. That was on 14 minutes. 15 minutes. Goal! Very good. Very good. Colombia just hit the timeline with 1-0, says AB. We're at commercials right now. Show has been seriously mid, said Trini, but I don't know if that's because I've heard about the spoilers or because it was just mid. Well, I stayed away from the spoilers, and I can tell you that it has been okay. It's been okay. I think Vikingo Phoenix was very good. I thought the Sammy Open was acceptable. It kind of set up our main event, Cody J. I'm hoping this match delivers. I mean, to be honest, if this match can be a great match and get a great rating, then that means 2 of the 4 matches got great ratings. That is an improvement on where we've been. It is a big if, though. And then, you know, we've had a few segments that have underwhelmed, a couple of matches that have underwhelmed. So, yeah, it's been fine. But, yeah, I suppose the good thing about a 2-hour show is watching this show right now, I don't really feel a need to watch another hour of it, you know? So the fact it's ending in 15 minutes and we've kind of got all our storylines in that we wanted to, maybe we've cut out on a few matches or something and a couple of segments, but yeah, I mean, I'm not really watching this. I feel satisfied. I've got something from it. It was okay. I think it can be much better than this, of course. I just hope this match delivers. Maggie said I just woke up. Daze Columbia went 1-0. And Arrowhead's whole tempo flipped. That stuff needs to be shared, said TJF. I know it's a thing that rarely works, but I'd like to see a program where NXT invades. Interesting. Okay, let me know when we are back. We should be going back pretty soon from commercial break. We got 13 minutes left to go of SmackDown. It's probably going to catch a few people out. What would this be in the first 2-hour show rather than 3 hours? But it's been all right. It's been okay. I don't want to be too harsh on it. SmackDown has had some SmackDown issues, but says Jennifer. Hello, Casey. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, well done for the WEP. Caught a bit of it. I thought you guys came across really good. It's just technical problems again, wasn't there? Mr. Renegade said, any Bronson updates? No Bronson updates. No. No Bronson updates. No Rhea updates. The only chatter has really been about SummerSlam and what the plans were and if we're still going to those. That's been the chatter today. Daze, for the breakdown video tonight, we need a brick wall with Daze spray painted onto it, and then you being a rapper and then breakdancing for the entire video. Sure. I feel bad for the workers, says Jay. Every international fan has gone to that Walmart and caused some sort of carnage. What Walmart? Is there a Walmart that everyone's been targeting or something? I've seen lots of videos of people going to Walmarts just being like stunned. There's been a lot of international fans like having fun discovering America, so I've seen some to do with Walmarts. What did Walmart do to deserve it? I don't even know what's happened to a Walmart. What's happened to a Walmart? Black Onyx, thank you. We're back from commercial break. I love Walmart. I won't tolerate any disrespect. I'm searching Walmart. Walmart news. What's the latest? Walmart on Dewey Avenue in Greece. Greece! Closed to the public. There's a Walmart in Greece. Florida woman shoot. What? There's a shooting. There was a shooting in a Florida Walmart? Well, I don't know what people are talking about, but actually, if you do search Walmart, there's quite a few stories that pop up. Anyway, let's get back to the main event, shall we? As we are back from commercial break and Jay delivers a Samoan drop. Daze, we could get you a discount, says Metal Mama. I think I'd be quite... If I was... what I might do is in 25 years, 30 years, I might retire. Keep coming in there by Cody. And what I might do is I might move to America. I might be one of those greeters in the entranceway of Walmart. Hi, welcome to Walmart. Do you need any assistance today? And then also when people come back, don't you have to check the receipt and everything? You do that, don't you? We don't do that. Walmart do that where they kind of get the receipt and they have a look at the receipt and they look at the stuff. That's not a thing we do here. But I could do that. And then maybe you do get discount. I'm not sure. To the outside, Jay gets thrown into the timekeeper's area. Cody going up. He comes crashing down on Jay. Didn't look brilliant. Oh my God, there's drinks. Drinks have been spilled. Drinks have been spilled. Back in the ring goes Jay. Crowd a little bit quiet for this. Clothesline. Down goes Cody. Down goes Jay. You're not going to commercial break again. You've only come back for a couple... No way! What the flip? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I never complain about ads, but that was all of like 3 minutes or something. That was nothing. What the flip is this? America, sort your shiz out. Sort your shiz out. That's a joke. That was like, they faffed around a little bit. Did a commentary timekeeper spot, which didn't even look that good. And then, oh my God, I ain't going. I ain't moving to America. I'm scrap that. I don't want to be a Walmart greeter. Because as much as it would be like quite nice to be, you know, in my advanced years, just doing a little greeting and chatting to people, have a nice day and all that, you know. Hopefully positive, good vibes. To get back home and have to watch American TV where it's just endless flipping commercial breaks. No. Do you know on the BBC there are no commercial breaks? Did you know that? I mean, we do have to pay for a TV license every year, but, you know, no, come on. Can you even imagine? Can you begin to dream of such a thing? If you watch BBC One or BBC Two, there are no commercial breaks. The shows just run uninterrupted. And then in between the shows, they tend to just promote like things that are going to be happening on BBC. And then we go to the next program and then it's uninterrupted. That's the world I live in. That's my world. Not this. TV licenses are mental, says Rob. It is pretty mental, actually. It is pretty mental. How does the BBC make money? Yeah, TV license. You have to buy a TV license every year. So, but to be honest, if you've got a license for your TV, I mean, that's it. So it's kind of like we've got one obviously for the house, and that covers us, and you can just watch BBC, listen to the radio, go online, watch things on iPlayer, all that sort of stuff. So they kind of get funded that way. We're back. Oh my God. Well, that was a quick commercial break. We've got 6 minutes. 6 minutes. Down goes Cody. Yeah, there's no ads or anything on the catch-up stuff as well. Big splash. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Jey Uso with a big splash landing on Cody. Kick out by Cody. We got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. Hello, lucky lady. Hope you're well. Here's Jey charging over. Kick coming in there by Cody. Cody going up, looking for the Cody Cutter. Gets it. Cody Cutter connects. 1, 2. Kick out there by Jey. Cody a little frustrated. He thought that was definitely going to do it. Cody looking out at the crowds. He's got his arms out stretched. He's going against the ropes. Kick coming in there by Jey. Spear by Jey. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Cody. Jey is down. Cody. So Jey rolls to the edge of the ring. Time is ticking here. We're running out of time. Jey is going up top. To be honest, I mean, they gave this plenty of time, but with all the commercials, I don't feel like it's actually had too much time. Spear. Cody looking for a... Oh, my God, a crossroads, and that was brutal. Kick out by Jey. Okay. Okay. So Cody kicks out of the Uso splash. Jey kicks out of a crossroads. Okay. Cody has got his head in his hands. Cody with Jey. Jey down. Cody going to the outsides. Going up. Cody climbing up. Is he going to hit a Uso splash? What's he going for? Oh my God, that looked awful. That looked like when Gunther comes off the top. Oh, he deserved to lose. How long have you been wrestling? How can you not do that move? Chemistry not brilliant here. Jey Getting to his knees. Cody on his knees. Shot coming in there by Jay. Cody with a shot back. Shot there by Jay. Cody slumps down. Forearm coming back. These two exchanging blows. Cody with a right hand. Jay with a right hand. These two exchanging blows at the moment. They've both thrown their big shots at each other. We've had Cody cutters, crossroads, Uso splashes, spears. Now got a sleeper being applied here by Jay. Cody struggling. Cody fading. Cody picking up Jay. Jay lands on his feet. He gets round the back of Cody. Cody, oh, I really thought Cody was holding onto that top rope, but he doesn't. It's a little sloppy. I'm not sure what Jay was going for. Whatever it was, he hasn't really got anything at the moment. Yeah, I think he did want a sleeper hold, but he couldn't get anything. So, little sloppy. Duck underneath. Crossroads. Crossroads. He's got him. Gets it. Oh, my God. He properly spiked him. 1, 2. Cody gets it. Cody gets it. It's going to be Cody against Sammy. And not much of a reaction from the crowd, to be honest with you. I don't think that match connected. Yeah, there's just... the chemistry just felt off throughout a fair bit of that. I thought it might have been because of the commercial breaks, but the live crowd obviously weren't dealing with commercial interruptions. That would just say to me that it just never quite came across. People weren't on their feet losing their minds. This is a crowd that's already watched Raw, though. They've seen a lot of action. I mean, I think it would be a bit of a cop-out to say they were a burnt-out crowd. I don't think they were. I just don't think this main event was that great. Well, Cody gets the job done, kisses the mats, and the show comes to an end. So there we go. Let's get a score in, shall we? What did you think about the match? We're going to score the match. We are going to go and do a breakdown in a second. Cody versus Jay. Days about the BBC, no commercials, just straight vibes. I miss those Radio 1 nights and festival coverages. Cody just closed the show with the win. Final SmackDown. Cody won, Jay 0. Yeah. I actually think the BBC do a great job, to be honest. I do like the BBC. I always go to their website for like sports coverage or news coverage or anything like that. So I've just got kind of grown up with them. So I know I know it's not for everyone. There's plenty of people that want to see the TV license abolished, but I don't know, man. When I sit here and watch all these adverts that our American friends have to put up with, I do find myself thinking, you know what, it's probably not that bad, actually, the TV license, if this is the alternative. Big Time said, apparently there's a power struggle amongst talent. It makes me wonder if Roman doesn't want to put over Punk at Mania. Seth Roman likely going to be a challenge. Cody Punk would put ego aside for the fans, said Big Time. Connor said, Days, are they really going to have Sammy drop the Undisputed Championship back to Cody? Well, I think they're going to tease that. You know, I don't really personally see what the point would be. So I think that they're probably going to make people think it's going to go that way, but I'm leaning towards Sammy retains, actually. Why don't we watch everything on the menu with Braun Strowman, says Jaden. I don't have it here in the UK. Dennis said, I'm giving this show a 7. Restaurant said, that was a bad main event with a flat ending for a mid-show. AB said, I love William, I love Sonny. Either Cody wins or some DQ is going to happen, said Austin. Hello, Austin. Hope you well, buds. Faith said, I found their discussion on the weekly podcast to be better than their match, says Faith. Faith, shout out to you. Daze J. Uso continuing to stink the place out. Is it just really poor work ethic, or is he getting washed? It's now consistent. I don't know, because you would think that Cody would be able to bring out like a decent match there, and I mean, he didn't really. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a little bit on the fact they're just back from, being over in Saudi. I mean, don't forget, this was not live. This was recorded after Raw on Monday. They were in Saudi that weekend. So, could it be that, they're just not, feeling very well rested? I don't want to make excuses, because we just know the wrestling is not great at the moment. We know that consistently on Raw and SmackDown, this is a problem. And it's a problem I just don't really have the answer to. You would want to be speaking to the wrestlers to ask them why the performance was not better. I think Jay struggles as a single star. I think he's much better in a tag team. But if anyone was going to get a decent match out of him, I'd think it'd be a Sami Zayn or a Cody Rhodes. And I got to say, I don't think Cody did. So, we can blame Jay and say it's just, Jay not being good enough as a singles competitor. But actually, I mean, there was a moment where Cody went up and he was going to deliver a splash on Jay. It looked awful. Awful. I mean, that splash that Cody tried to go for. There was a spot over in the Timekeepers area that just fell flat. At no point could they grab this crowd and really get this crowd. It's okay to have bad matches. It's okay to, not knock it out the park every time. I mean, football players have bad games. It happens. It's fine. You're not going to kill every match. This was a miss, and it did not grab the crowds. And that's okay. But I agree with Jay. It's pretty consistent, that we're not getting like these great matches. I just think he's a really good tag wrestler. And I think that he's made a connection with the audience because of the yeeting and the hand gestures. And he's got an interesting look with the sort of Miami Vice sort of, neon pink and the yeet glasses. You can totally understand why WWE have looked at him and gone, we can do something here. He's shifting a fair bit of merch. People love him. They love yeeting. We can do something here. So I'm not down on them trying or anything like that. I think it's fine. But yeah, I mean, it's just not working. It's not clicking. The vibe ain't vibing. So, maybe just a bad Cody match. Perhaps he just could not do it. Just couldn't find a way. Maybe he was a bit tired. Perhaps, as we said, this was Monday. They had just done a lot of traveling. I mean, it weren't like a normal week where they were going around America. They weren't even coming back from Europe. They were coming back from Saudi Arabia. That's a decent flight. That's a decent flight from Saudi. So, again, don't want to make excuses because, this is not a one-off. The in-ring consistently underdelivers. So, hard to pinpoint what it is. There's, you'd need to be sitting down with the wrestlers and kind of getting their take on it. Dr. Nucciala said, Jay isn't going to surpass expectations as a singles wrestler, a promo, and in-ring. Not great as a singles. Both did have botchy moments. I am going to call jet lag, said Jennifer. Long night of wrestling and maybe some cardio issues. That's fair. I think that's fair, honestly. I think it's fair. I think it's fair to say that could be a factor here. The thing is, though, we see so many underwhelming matches that obviously we can't blame jet lag all the time. I feel like there is something bigger going on. I can't tell if it's bad producing. I can't tell if it's inexperience. I can't tell if it's a lack of house shows and a lack of chemistry. I don't know if it's jet lag and, traveling on this occasion back from Saudi. Maybe it's a little bit of everything. Perhaps everything goes in the pot. You mix it together and that's how you end up with the consistent underperformance that we see when it comes to matches. And then you only occasionally get these bright spots, a Carmelo match when he was being doing the open challenges, or what Rey Fenix is doing right now. Fantastic with that AAA championship. Him against Vikingo tonight. I don't want to say saved this show, but I don't think it's unfair to say it was the highlight of this show. So, yeah, I suppose in a way I'm just pleased that we don't need or have a third hour now, because there's no guarantees that there'd be much in a third hour that would make us feel any better about this week's episodes. But we do have to remember it was taped. It was right off the back of Saudi. I don't know where we are next week. I'm thinking it's just back to normal now. So if that is the case, then hopefully we can just get back to putting our best foot forward. So on Monday, Raw is at the Allstate Arena. Great. It says 6:30 p.m. I don't know if that's doors. It's probably doors, isn't it? It's probably when the doors open. So, Raw on Monday in Chicago. Fantastic. So hopefully that'll be good. And they've set up, obviously, a big championship match. And then on SmackDown next week, we are in Oklahoma City at the Paycom Center. I've never heard of that. The Paycom Center. Oklahoma. So we're not doing any tour. We're not doing anything weird. We're just back. We're back, baby. We're back in America. We're back to a normal schedule. Let's go. So yeah, good. I'm happy that European tour is behind us. I'm happy we're past the Saudi show. I'm excited that next week it's just going to be a normal week we can get back into a normal schedule. Let's go, baby. So, yeah, Raw in Chicago, SmackDown next week, Oklahoma City. Shining Wizard said, I get why they want to go with cheap pop performers that the crowd likes, but I would be happier as a wrestling fan if they push good talent. I know it's an IWC thing. Yeah, I think it's hard. I think it's a blend, isn't it? Because WWE wants to present characters, because characters actually drive ratings, and to be honest, a lot of kids don't care about match quality. A lot of casual fans don't really care so much about match quality. If match quality was like a key driver of ratings, then of course AEW would be in a much better place, because I think one thing we can agree is that their match quality is very good, very consistent. WWE, I think, kind of long ago learned that it's star power, it's celebrity that actually gets people kind of, more engaged. People like to tune in to look at Roman, the tribal chief, acknowledging all of that stuff, the Ula Fala, the backstory. Think about Bray and the Funhouse and the Fiend. It's not really about matches to do with the Fiend. It's more about the character, the backstory, the presentation, the look, the mask, the entrance, the lantern coming down with the music and the atmosphere and the fireflies, all of that whole presentation. It's why we spend so long on entrances. Like, I think long ago WWE sort of believed that was of more value than when the bell actually rings. You can't sacrifice when the bell rings. This is sports entertainment. I just think that when it comes to WWE, the entertainment sides, they really do view it as being bigger than the sports side. But there is still the word sports in sports entertainment. You do still need to have matches on your show. And if you're going to do matches, they need to be good. The problem is, if you've got someone like Tiffany or B-Fab or Jade or whoever, and you like them as a character, you like their presentation, you like the look, the character, the gimmick, the problem is at some point the bell's going to ring. And this has been a problem for WWE for a long time. I mean, you can easily go back to the Ultimate Warrior, where we were in the exact same boat. And actually, there was a few people around during the golden era in the 80s that had good gimmicks, good looks, but then the bell would sound, and they weren't the most entertaining in the ring, you know. So it's one of those that I think is always sort of been a tricky balance, and it doesn't feel like we've got that balance right now. I think as time has gone by, I actually think match quality has got more important, because now we know that it's all predetermined and there's no kind of kayfabe, there's no protection about wrestling anymore. All of a sudden now, you want to watch some really great action, you want to watch like a banging match, and that's, you know, carrying more importance than it did in the 80s. A lot of people tuned into the 80s just to see who was going to win, but we live in a world now where there's so many spoilers, so much wrestling news. You know, we kind of have an idea where things are going. And so if you know that wrestling is predetermined, and you even know some of the potential spoilers for where we're going, what are you tuning in for? You know, you're tuning in to see your favorites, but then you're tuning in to see how the story is told. And part of that story is going to be the match. And this is why I think match quality has kind of grown a bit more importance compared to back in the day, where we didn't have as much information. We didn't know where things were going. And actually who won the match was one of the big drivers, really. It wasn't so much about match quality. It was like cheering on the Bulldog, cheering on the Ultimate Warrior. But a bit like the World Cup now, you know, you've got your team that you want to support. I mean, if Cape Verde had beaten Argentina tonight, it wouldn't have mattered if it was the boring, worst game ever. You know, no one had any chances. Cape Verde win on penalties. Everyone's going to talk about how Cape Verde knocked out Argentina. It wouldn't have mattered if the game was good or not. It's all about, oh my God, can you believe Cape Verde kept Argentina out and won it on penalties? That's how wrestling was for me in the early 90s and 80s and whatever. And I think that's true of a lot of people. But imagine if there was rumors that Argentina were going to win, and you knew Argentina were going to be winning. And so then all of a sudden, if you want to watch the match, you're tuning in and you're hoping for a good game. You're hoping it's going to be back and forth. And, you know, as I said, you know, the match quality gets more important then. So, yeah, WWE have definitely got a problem. I don't know how they're going to fix it, because I don't think it is just one problem. I don't think there is a quick fix. I don't think it is just bad producers. Let's get new producers. Everything's amazing now. I think it is a mixture of a bit of inexperience and maybe some people coming up from NXT a bit quicker than they should have. Maybe some people going to the main roster that should have gone to NXT, like Jade, for example. You know, should have gone to NXT. Maybe Tiffany came up a bit too early, and she might not be alone in that. There might be some others as well. So it's tricky. It's very, very tricky. But this is where you need a Cody and a Jay that have definitely got experience to come in and deliver, you know, for you in your main events. I think they've really just dropped the ball there. And let's have a look and see what you lot said. You lot said it was good 82. So you lot feel like the ball was dropped as well. So disappointing. We're going to let them off, or I'm going to let them off because of traveling and jet lag, like Jennifer just said. So, you know, I'm going to put it down to that on this occasion. But yeah, 2-hour show, your main event is going to have to deliver. So hopefully next week will be better. Austin said, I do miss those days of just cheering for favourites. You didn't think about the booking or if the push was over. You was just happy if your favourite wrestler won. True. Metal Mama said, I agree. The last year I lost so many favourites it was retirement or getting released. Or becoming a mama. AAA and its athleticism and the creativity, the timing I appreciate and I enjoy so much. Yeah, I think a lot of us have gone through a big change, actually. I mean, many of us here were big kind of Bray fans and, you know, really hoping that the Wyatt Six were going to deliver something that it feels like we're missing. And obviously we didn't get that. And you know, I think what we did end up getting probably underwhelmed. And, you know, there's a lot of people out there right now that are sort of struggling with wrestling. But I've got to tell you, man, the world is a difficult place. for many, many people, right? And I think wrestling, we forget, is just a nice escape, actually, from life, from our troubles. And wrestling can continue to be that, even if we've lost some of our favorites, even if things aren't going quite as we would like, wrestling can still be there as an escape for a few hours. And, I will forever be grateful for that. And the good thing is it's always there in the sense of every Monday, every Friday, every Tuesday, if you watch NXT, PLEs and Saturday night's main events and all of that, it's still going to be there. And, there's other interesting characters coming through. A lot of love for Tate and Paxley. We got this unknown arriving in Evolve. She looks interesting. So, there's definitely a few, maybe a Dark Alexa could return. Alexa's still there. She could bring that version back. I think she's kind of said she wouldn't want to out of respect to Bray. But I don't think any of us would feel like it was a disrespect to Bray if she did bring it back. So, who knows? She might change her stance on that with time. But, who knows? You never know with wrestling. You never know what's round the corner. So, let's see. Okay. Dr. Luchala, shout out to you, my friends. Let him in, said first we lost Bray, then they dropped the ball with the Wyatts. It felt absolutely awful. I understand. Some people might not understand, but there's a lot of people in our community that really, they did love Bray and the Wyatts, and that whole universe is what brought them in, And you got to think, that started in 2019. That's a long time ago now. That's 7 years. So, you think about what's happened over those 7 years. Wild, to say the least. And now you're sort of at a point where you don't have any of it. There's nothing. And I could understand there being a lot of people just sort of kind of like, is this still for me? And struggling. And we've seen a lot of that over the past 24 months or so. But I don't know. For me, I love WWE. I've always loved it. I think that I feel actually we're not in a bad place right now. There's thankfully quite a few things going on that I'm engaged with, like Oba. I want to see Roman, Seth. I think Io's a great performer, so I'm always looking forward to her matches. I think there's some interesting talent coming through. I think Tatum is going to be a great addition to the main roster when she comes up. I think, the future looks bright. I mean, we're only just getting started with Oba. So, we're going to have a lot of fun with him over the years. So, WWE will be okay. This show maybe not the strongest SmackDown ever, but let's see what next week looks like now that we're like properly back in America. No Saudi Arabia or anything to distract. And talking of America as well, many happy birthday wishes. I don't know how to word it. Congratulations to America, 250 years. It is the 4th of July here in the UK right now. So yes, I know it's going to be a day of celebration. Hopefully you've got some plans in America. And you're going to have a drink, or you're going to watch some fireworks, have family over, friends, whatever you're doing. Hope you have a great day. Many congratulations. And yeah, I'll see you probably like in a bit for the breakdown. I need to just set it up. But yeah, I'll see you probably later on Saturday. We'll be back doing AAA. I think we'll almost certainly do the AAA show. So awesome. Enjoy your day. Thanks for joining. I'll see you next time.